So I should be good,
Yeah,
right?
it looks like it's YouTube.
Okay. Okay.
So this is the audio talking on.
Okay.
So this is what they start on.
Okay.
This is what you have to switch to if there's somebody in the courtroom. Do you know if they're expecting like family or?
I have no idea.
Okay. So if somebody's in the courtroom and it's a victim or a family or whatever, and they have to talk because the person pleads out, we have to switch over to this one.
Okay. Oh, you're saying if someone's talking in the courtroom.
Yes.
Got
If
it.
they're just listening, they don't have to do
Got
anything
it.
other
Okay.
than plug this in.
Okay.
But if they're talking, if somebody from the courtroom has to talk here, then you have to unplug these from here and plug them
Yep.
in here,
Okay.
and it has to go the same.
Yeah. Blue, white. Yeah.
Yeah. But then we have to plug this in on the side there for USB.
We're good for now.
Yeah.
Okay, then it'll say, it'll be red.
Nope. Um, that's the biggest thing too. Stop shaking that headlight right. Mm.
All right, can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Test. Check.
Everything you're okay? Something about the background noise right now.
You don't want to call.
Check.
All right. I think if you're not talking, probably need to turn it off.
Understood.
Otherwise, we get a lot of background noise and it's not the party. Okay. Black is the one that we'll use with the jury. If we have to have any conversation that we don't want them to hear, we'll switch over to the green, it's the private network. But also remember that you probably want to turn around and face me when you're talking so that people can't hear you outside of what's happening, okay? Anybody got any questions?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
What's that?
There's a large speaker over here to my left, and will that be projecting out into the audience?
No. No.
Okay, thank you.
We are live streaming into a courtroom so that we maintain an open court and that there are persons who may or may not be watching. They will not be able to hear our conversations on the green. It's not understanding. Is that right? Like on the record for a second, please. Okay, that's fine. Now, I have received about 2.5 pages of proposed board questions from the state with some pretty basic information about the case and some very common board hour questions. I know that Mr. Hasty received it as well because he emailed back that he did not have any additional questions. And the state questions included the statutory questions. Is there any objection to any of those questions being propounded to the jury this morning?
None on behalf of Mr. Gorham, Your Honor.
I didn't understand you, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Judge. I have no objections on behalf of Mr. Gorham.
Okay, thank you. Anything else before we bring in the jury? No? All right. The bailiff, I need to swear when they come in, but they've indicated that we are not going to rise when the jury comes in, and quite frankly, if Mr. Worm doesn't have a belt with him, and we don't want him to be there. So we will remain seated, okay? Thank y'all. Ready? Does everyone have a copy of the jury list?
Yes, ma'am.
You're very difficult to understand through that mask on the microphone, just so you know, okay?
Check, test, 1, 2. Too loud, too loud.
It's really loud and recorded.
Check, test. Check.
Is there a way to turn down your mic?
Check, test, 1, 2. Check.
A little better.
Somebody has to take the mic in the background, that's all that background noise. That's it? A lot of background noise. Does mine have background noise like Jason's? Does mine have background noise like Jason's? Check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you can hear me, please raise your hand. Put your hands down. I saw juror number 11 at 6. You don't have to grab a chance at the light. Ladies and gentlemen, when you first put your headphones on, if you could not hear me now, if you can hear me, please raise your hand, and we're going to work with a technician to make sure that you can hear me through your headset. Just raise those hands if you were not able to originally hear me, okay? Right now, going to try again. If you can hear me through your headset, you have the hand raised, you can go ahead and put it down. There's a lady over here in red. Gentleman in green. Right? Can you hear me? Yeah. Great. Thank you. All right, everybody can hear me now. Is that correct? Okay. Can you hear me now? All right, can everybody hear me okay? All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Superior Court of Richmond County, currently being held at the James Brown Arena. Good morning. How much you can hear for Kenya? Thank you. Start again. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to James Brown Arena, where we're holding our jury selection for our trial drug trial. I was just looking at my phone, trying to remember the exact date when at the ballpark record. It's March the 9th of 2020. Courts across the state of Georgia have been operating under a judicial immunity. One of the biggest things that we were trying to do was not compel people to come to court via a summons or a subpoena or some other method of ordering people to come into the court where we were trying to avoid large gatherings. As you can see, there are 60 of you out here. That would be a large gathering if we didn't have these places open. Since March, we opened up the jury trial, not just criminal, but civil and domestic jury trials as well, for a brief period of time in November and December of 2020. And at the midpoint of March, the 15th, we were able to again resume jury trial and compel people to come in as long as the local numbers of the section and the window rate, voting rate, and as long as we're able to accommodate the real estate conditions. We've made some accommodations in our courtroom as well to ensure that everybody is able to keep a safe distance. We have some help and some communication and food, so they can miss everything that this antibacterial and antibiotic basically different groups for being across the country. We're trying to do everything we can, including asking you all to you'll see that I'm not wearing them, but you won't have a speak today. I'm the plexiglass to the best of my ability and away from other people, so I'm not going to come back to me. To feel a little bit more secure about what's happening. We are here this morning to have a criminal jury trial. And this is the case of State versus William Bourne. K-O-R-K-A-N. The state previously before you came in, I pronounced ready, and the scope taken out ready as well. Before we can begin, I need to get the data for oath, so I will ask that the board raise your hand, please. You shall take all those committed to your charge to the jury room from other private and convenient place designated by the court, and you shall not allow the jurors to receive any books, papers, nourishment, or operations other than water, or to use any electronic communication device except as directed and approved by the court. You shall maintain communication with the jury, nor permit anyone to communicate with the jury except as specifically authorized by the court. You shall discharge all of the duties that may devolve upon you as bailiff to the best of skill and power, so help you God. Thank you for watching all the way to the court. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce some people to you, and they will raise their hands and sort of wave at you as they are being introduced. To my right, and seated on the inside, is Stetson Cromer from the District Attorney's Office. He will be the lead prosecutor in this case. Seated here on the outside is another Assistant District Attorney, William Salmon, who I believe will be assisting Mr. Cromer with the prosecution of this case. To my left, on the inside, is Jason Casey, who is the attorney who will be defending Mr. Gorham in this matter. And you'll see there in the red shirt is Mr. William Gorham. We begin our normal trial process through using a door dial method to ask questions of you, to get some certain information from you that allows us to be able to make sure that a fair and impartial jury has been selected. This is probably a process that you have seen on television. Because we have to do it here at the James Brown Arena, and we don't want you shouting, we have given everybody a paper number. I am going to propound some questions to you, fairly lengthy series of questions. And in the event that you have a response to that question, I'll ask if you will hold your number up until I have repeated that number, so that we make sure that we know everyone who has had a response to the question. There may come a time after I have asked questions that the lawyers wish to ask some additional questions or some follow-up information. When that happens, we'll bring you up one by one to the podium there in the front, and we have a different level of communication or greeting channel that allows us to have a more restricted listening experience with you. That's how we do it. We know it's a little bit longer than the normal process in the courtroom, but in our attempt to get back to having jury trials, that we can make sure that we are meeting the constitutional rights of everyone involved in this matter, this is the best method that we've been able to come up with, and we ask that you please bear with us. If there's something that you need, please make sure that you report that information to the bailiff. They can show you where the restrooms are. We do take breaks for conversation. We now provide an oath to all persons who are going to be asked questions. And it's basically an indication that you are willing to respond to us truthfully. I will ask if you will please raise your right hand, and I'm going to give you this oath. And if you're not able to take the oath at the conclusion, you'll leave your hand up in the air, and then give me your number, okay? Raise your right hand. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you shall give true answers to all questions that may be asked by the court or its authorities, including all questions asked by the parties or their attorneys concerning the qualifications of jurors in the case of the state versus William Johnson. So help you God. Now, if you can agree with that, you may put your hand down, thank you. If not, if you please raise your number. Thank you. Okay. Right. And I'm going to tell you about your number. I'm sorry, but number 10, I've got you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, um, it's my job to ensure that each one of you is qualified by law to serve as a juror in this case before we're able to proceed any further. I have some questions that I need to ask, and you've probably been asked these when you were checked in. However, I don't have a record of the fact that these questions were asked of you and how you answered them. So in order to serve in this case, you have to meet some criteria. If you have any doubts or confusions about how or whether you should respond, please raise your right hand, your number actually in this case, and just let me know. Is everyone out here a United States citizen? If not, please raise your number. Juror number 10 is not a U.S. citizen. Is everyone out here a resident of Richmond County? Do not, please raise your number. Are all of you at least 18 years old? Do not, please raise your number. Has anyone been declared to be incompetent for any reason in the past? So please raise your number. Is anyone related to, and I'm going to give you a list of names. At the time that the indictment was returned, the district attorney in the Augusta Judicial Circuit was Natalie Payne. Is there anyone who is related by blood or marriage to former district attorney Natalie Payne? As of January the 1st, we have a new district attorney in Richmond County, and his name is Jared Williams. Is there anyone who is related by blood or marriage to Mr. Williams? I've introduced to you the two assistant district attorneys, Betsy Cromer and William Hammond. Is there anyone who is related to either one of them by blood or marriage? If so, please raise your number. I introduced you to the defense attorney, Mr. Hasty. If you're related to him by blood or marriage, please raise your number. I introduced the accused, Mr. Gorham, to you. If you're related to Mr. Gorham by blood or marriage, please raise your hand and your number. Richmond County Sheriff's Office investigator Lucas Heisey is listed as the prosecutor in this matter. I suspect that means that he was sort of the lead investigator. He is listed as the prosecutor on the case. Is there anyone related to Lucas Heisey, who's an investigator with the Sheriff's Office by blood or marriage? Thank you. The victim listed in the indictment is Monument Real Estate Services. Howard Ray is a particular person listed as a victim. Portia Hillary is listed as a victim. Paul Reed is listed as a victim. Cameron Halsey is listed as a victim. And that this is alleged to have occurred at 3190 Skinner Mill Road, one of his apartment complexes. Is anyone related to any of those persons or employed by Monument Real Estate Services? If so, please raise your number. Thank you. Is there anyone who has been convicted of a felony criminal offense in either a state or a federal court? If so, please raise your number. Thank you. 20. And can everyone understand English well enough that they're able to participate in this proceeding? Great. I don't see any answer. Now, insofar as we are prepared right now, we have at least preliminarily qualified you as legally able to serve as a juror. I know that we've got some people that we need to follow up with. In this particular case, Mr. Gorham has been charged with 5 counts of arson in the first degree and 1 count of criminal trespass. I'm going to read the indictments to you. The grand jurors selected, chosen, and sworn for the County of Richmond in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, charge and accuse William Earl Gorham in count 1 with the offense of arson in the first degree, for that the said accused in the County of Richmond and State of Georgia on September the 27th, 2017, did knowingly damage by means of fire a dwelling building, the property of Monument Real Estate Services, located at 3190 Skinner Mill Road, without the consent of Monument Real Estate Services, who is the owner, and this was contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. In count 2, he's again charged, accused with the offense of arson in the first degree, also in Richmond County, Georgia, and also on September the 27th of 2017. Alleged that he knowingly damaged by means of fire a building which is the property of Monument Real Estate Services, located at 3190 Skinner Mill Road, under circumstances that it was reasonably foreseeable that the human life of Howard Ray might be endangered, and this was contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. In count 3, he's again alleged to have committed the offense of arson in the first degree, and it's alleged that also in Richmond County, Georgia, on September the 27th of 2017, that he knowingly damaged by means of fire a building which was the property of Monument Real Estate Services and located at 3190 Skinner Mill Road, that this was done under circumstances that it was reasonably foreseeable that the human life of Portia Hillary might be endangered. Count 4 is another count of arson in the first degree, located in Richmond County, Georgia, on September the 27th of 2017. It's alleged that Mr. Gorham knowingly damaged by means of fire a building which is the property of Monument Real Estate Services and located at 3190 Skinner Mill Road, under circumstances that it was reasonably foreseeable that the human life of Paul Reed might be endangered. It's alleged in count 5, another count of arson in the first degree, in Richmond County, Georgia, and on September the 27th of 2017. The accusation is that Mr. Gorham knowingly damaged by means of fire a building which is the property of Monument Real Estate Services, located at 3190 Skinner Mill Road, under circumstances that it was reasonably foreseeable that the human life of Cameron Housey, Housey, might be endangered. The last count is count 6, and this is criminal trespass. It's alleged in count 6 that on September the 27th of 2017 in Richmond County, Georgia, that Mr. Gorham intentionally damaged the 2014 Chevrolet Camaro, the property of Howard Ray, without consent, by spray painting the exterior mirrors of the car, and that damage was less than $500, and that this was contrary to the laws of the state, the good order and peace and dignity thereof. This indictment was returned in open court on January the 9th of 2017. This is 2019. Got it right that time. Now, Mr. Gorham has entered a not guilty plea, to this offense, and he denies each and every allegation contained within the indictment. Just again, ask you some questions about the indictment now. If you have a response, please raise your number. As it stands, you have heard no evidence, and your minds should be open with regard to the issues which will be presented in this trial. Is there anyone whose mind has been made for them one way or another, such that you cannot be fair and impartial to each side? Have you, for any reason, formed and or expressed any opinion in regard to the guilt or innocence of the accused? So please raise your number. Being no response, my next question is, have you any prejudice or bias resting on your mind, either for or against the accused? If so, please raise your number. Being no response, so I have another question for you. All right. I'm sorry, I believe that juror number 20 raised their number. Okay. It's hard for me to see that, I'm sorry. But if you'll, there you go. Thank you, juror number 20. Did I miss anyone else? Thank you. The last question is your mind perfectly impartial between the state and the accused? And if not, please raise your number high so I can see it. Number 11. Number 34. Thank you. All right. Normally, at this point, I would turn the questioning over to the lawyers and allow them to propound some additional questions for you. However, they have agreed that in the interest of streamlining this process, to provide me with some of their initial questions so that we don't have to shift around as much and we can proceed a little more effectively with our time. So I'm going to propound for them some questions and then give them a chance to follow up. Again, I'd ask that if you have a question, if you would please hold your numbers high so to make sure that I'm able to see it. Is there anyone who recognizes any of the persons who have been introduced to you by sight? Do they look familiar to you? Mr. Hasty, who's the defense attorney, has been practicing law here in the Augusta area for a pretty long time now. Is there anyone who has been represented by Mr. Hasty in the past, or who is currently represented by Mr. Hasty, or has a friend, close friend, or family member represented by Mr. Hasty? If so, it's perfectly okay. We're not going to ask you too much about that. We know responses. Is there anyone here who is personally familiar with any of the three attorneys to whom you've been introduced this morning? Mr. Kremer, Mr. Hammond over here to my right, or Mr. Hasty to my left? As you heard when I read the indictment, Mr. Gorham has been charged with 5 counts of arson and 1 count of criminal trespass. And these are charges stemming from an incident on September the 27th, 2017 at 3190 Skinner Mill Road, which is in Richmond County. The apartments used to be called Millbrook Point, and they're now called Icon Apartments. So anybody who has heard anything about the case, either from a friend or family member or by reading something about it, whether it's on social media or in the newspaper, I have no idea if anything was ever actually written about it. It's been a while. There's no responses. Right. Over the course of last year, your TV watching might have gone up as a result of being a little more around the house. I want to ask if any of you commonly watch any criminal law or investigation type shows. I will confess that I watch NCIS on occasion, but there are a whole bunch of them like Law and Order, CSI, SVU. Sure, plenty that are on alternative channels that I don't know about. If you're one of those TV watchers, I'm going to ask if you'll raise those numbers high. I'm going to try to call them out, and when I do, you're welcome to put your hand down. 11, 12, 13, 9, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 25, 26, 27, 29, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 43, 46, 47, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, and 59 are TV watchers. All right, now, not meaning to sound silly or to insult your intelligence, but do we all agree that this is TV and that it's made for TV and that much of it is fictionalized for entertainment purposes? Is there anyone who does not agree with that assessment? So please raise your hand and remember it. Thank you. Is there anyone who believes that because of what you've seen or heard on television, a podcast, or social media, that you would be obligated to hold the state to a burden that is higher than what the law requires to convict? So I guess another way of saying this is, in Georgia, in order for someone to be found guilty of a criminal offense, the jury has to find that the person has committed the offense alleged beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the standard of proof. Is there anyone who would not be able to follow the law and would require some other burden of proof? See, no response. Right. I'm going to tell y'all, I didn't write this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Is there anybody who has a problem or a difficulty with law enforcement in general that you feel may endanger your impartiality, such as if you possibly get ticketed on the way to court today? Okay, that's number 21. Thank you. The district attorney's office, who is prosecuting this case, is the District Attorney's Office for the Augusta Judicial Circuit. Right now, that's important, the right now part. Right now, that circuit is comprised of 3 counties. Richmond County is one, Columbia County is another, and Burke County is the 3rd county that makes up the Augusta Judicial Circuit. You might have seen some stuff in the news that earlier this year there was a bill that was passed that would break Columbia County out of this circuit on July 1st of this year. Um, District Attorney's Office prosecutes felony cases in each of those 3 counties. They also prosecute the misdemeanor cases up in Columbia County. And the difference between a felony and a misdemeanor is the amount of punishment that could be imposed for that particular offense. We're not going to ask you any particular details right now, but is there anyone who knows themselves or has a personal friend or a family member who has been prosecuted by the Augusta Judicial Circuit District Attorney's Office? So you raise this number. 20, 9, 17, 22, 34, 36, 18, 27. Did I miss any numbers? Yes. It's 35? That's fine. Thank you. We're going to add you in as having a response to that number 35. Thank you. Do any of you have a relationship with someone that you feel might have been wrongfully convicted of a criminal offense? 13? Not responding? And I'm sorry, I'm not able to, I'm just gonna take your number because I can't understand you right now, but we'll give you a chance to follow up on that, okay? Thank you. All right, I've got juror number 56 indicating that they believe that they know someone who has been wrongfully convicted. Did I miss anybody? Thank you. All right. As a juror, what we ask you to do is to come in with an open mind, having not formed any opinion about the evidence, the guilt or innocence of anyone who might have been accused of committing a crime. We then ask you to listen to evidence as it unfolds in a courtroom within the confines of the law that allows it to come in and the process by which it must come in. We then ask you to consider the evidence in light of the arguments that will be made to you by the lawyers, and then consider whether you can render a verdict of guilty or not guilty based upon that evidence. Sometimes we have people who come in and they are called as jurors in a case, and they have a concern that because of a personal or religious or philosophical belief that they are not able to render a judgment because they are concerned about sitting in judgment of another person. So we're not asking anyone to determine whether or not someone is good or bad. What we're asking juries to do is to consider whether the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt or not that a state law has been violated. And the burden on that, again, as we discussed earlier, is beyond a reasonable doubt. Is there anyone who believes that they would not be able to listen to the evidence, deliberate with their other jurors, and then render a verdict because of some sort of philosophical, moral, or religious conviction? 22. 32. 10, 34. Is that 20? Thank you. 27. Did I miss anybody? 36. 11. Anyone else? All right. We have a weird series of questions sometimes where we ask you if you're willing to follow the law, basically, which is what we ask you to do. Is follow the instructions of the court. The court instructs you on what the law of the state of Georgia is. And part of that instruction will include that the court is the only one who could potentially be responsible for any punishment if there were to be a conviction. And that the jury should not consider what that potential could be. Is there anyone who cannot follow the court's instruction with regard to that? Okay. I think that's all that I have at this time. Could I ask the lawyers to please switch over to the green channel? Ladies and gentlemen, if y'all need to stand up and stretch while we're doing that, please feel free. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do is have the lawyers ask you some more questions. Again, your response will be by raising your numbers. Once they've done asking that, we're going to bring you in individually, and you'll have a chance for a break. Is everybody comfortable right now? Anybody that needs a break right now? Okay, thank you. Mr. Kremer, will you be asking questions on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As previously noted by the judge, my name is Stetson Cromer. I want to start off by thanking everyone for coming in today. I know jury duty is a dreaded letter to receive in your mailbox. It's an inconvenience on your lives, and I understand that, and I appreciate y'all coming in today. But if it weren't for jurors who are willing to come in and serve as jurors, essentially our system of justice fails and none of us have jobs anymore. So thank y'all for that. Um, briefly about myself. I work for the district attorney's office. I've been there for about 4 years now. I went to undergrad at Georgia Southern and then law school at Texas A&M. I have a few questions that I want to expand upon, but I will be as brief as I possibly can. And again, thank you for your service. And then we'll do this the same way we did with the judge. I'll ask a question. If you feel like you have concerns about that question or response, just raise your number and we'll go from there. The first question I will ask is, the evidence in this case will come in many forms. You will hear from witnesses and you'll see exhibits. The court is will fully advise you on the law, but part of the law is that testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact, meaning to prove a matter. Generally, there is no requirement in the law for testimony, which is one form of evidence, to be corroborated by evidence in order to sustain a conviction. So here's the question. Is there anyone here who believes that they could never return a verdict based solely on the word of another person? So another way to word that is you'll hear from witnesses. That's my main form of evidence in this case is witness. Is there anyone here who feels like they couldn't return a verdict based solely on essentially the word of another person? Okay. And then we'll do it the same way Judge did it. I'll say the number and then you put the number down as I say it. So I got 13, 20, and 21, 22, 32, 34, 35, 36, 30, 38, 39, 41, 43, 47, 55, 56, 51, 52, 60. Did I miss anybody? Thank you. Is there anyone who would base their verdict on things outside of the evidence? That might be a horoscope or the way a person looks or just you have a bad feeling about that. Is there anybody who feels like they would give something like that undue consideration in making their decision? So I got 18, 27, and 34. Did I say 27? 27 and 34. The judge already asked this question, but I want to word it in another way and kind of elaborate it on a little bit. This is a criminal case, and as such, the state's burden is to prove each and every element and every count of the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. Is there anyone who thinks that the state's burden should be different? Like I said, this is kind of one that the judge has already asked, but to elaborate a little bit, does anyone feel like that our burden should be beyond all doubt or beyond a shadow of doubt or proof to an absolute certainty? And I see no response. Is there anyone who, for whatever reason, simply feels that they couldn't return a verdict of guilty no matter what the evidence might show? No response. Is there anyone who would fail or refuse to return a verdict of guilty, although their opinion is that a guilty verdict would be a true verdict for reasons of sympathy, passion, or prejudice of some kind. So that you'll receive jury charges at the end of the trial, which is simply a fancy way of saying the law from the judge at the end of the trial. And one of those jury charges is that you're not use sympathy or consider sympathy in your deliberations. Is there anyone who feels like they would have a problem with that? I see no response. And this will be my last question, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your attention. Essentially, what we're asking you to do in this jury trial, or what I'm asking you to do, is apply law to the facts. The whole purpose of a jury is to make a legal and factual determination. Nobody is asking you to decide whether or not somebody is a good person or a bad person, but to simply make a decision about whether or not something happened and whether or not I carried my burden to prove that that thing happened. That being said, is there anyone here who thinks that they would have a particularly difficult time putting aside, for a lack of better words, their feelings and making a decision based solely on the facts that as you determine them and the law that would be given by this court? And I see no response. Judge, I believe that concludes the state's questions. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Hasty, do you have some questions that you'd like to ask?
Yes, ma'am. May it please the court.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can everybody hear me okay? All right. I'm Jason Hasty. It is my honor to represent Mr. William Gorham, seated here to my left. And being a Georgia Bulldog fan, I almost want to trade with him there in his red and black. But I want to ask a couple of questions. I don't want to embarrass anybody, and that's certainly I'm not allowed to do it, and I certainly would never do it on purpose. But I want to know if you would raise your number if you have some situation, whether it be medical condition or any issue at all. And I'm not going to ask you what it is, but if you have something that would prevent you from listening to the case, hearing the questions and the responses, and basically sitting for the trial. Is there anyone by raising your card? Okay, I'm going to try to see. I see a 12. I see a 10. Is that a 22? I see a 17. A 30. Is that right? Is that a 23? And you can put your card down once I call it. 31. Is that a 38? Okay. I see a 34. I see a 58. 27. Is that 40? 43? Thank you. 36. 20. Okay, I'm sorry. A 9 right there. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr.
Okay.
Hasty, let me interrupt you.
Yes,
I'm so
ma'am.
sorry to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, just so everybody understands kind of what the process will likely be. Once we have concluded jury selection this morning, we will break for lunch, and the jurors who will be impaneled will reconvene this afternoon over at the new courthouse right here on Walton Way. I anticipate that we will have opening statements this afternoon, and that we'll come back tomorrow morning, probably around 9. For the jury to start receiving the evidence and the testimony. I don't know, but I expect the case would likely then lead over into closings and deliberations on Wednesday. Just to give everybody an expected schedule.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that's important. Did anyone, after hearing the judge, clarify that there will be breaks and you won't be just sitting here the whole time? Is there anyone who raised your card earlier who now would like to change your answer? If your answer's changed, let me see your card. Thank you very much. And thank you, Your Honor. Now, this is a criminal case. Has anyone ever served as a juror in a trial in which your fellow citizen was accused of a crime? Let me just start on the first row. Okay, number 6. Thank you. Okay, second row. Okay, number 12, third row. Is that a 15? Thank you. How about the next row behind? Okay, I see a 25. Anyone else? 37. Thank you. All right. Anyone else served on a jury, criminal trial in which a fellow citizen was accused of a crime? Okay. That's number 49. Okay, thank you. Number 5, you served. Okay. Anyone else? Thank you very much. Is there anyone who feels that if you did serve on such a jury, do you feel that you're biased or prejudiced against either side? In this particular case, before we get started, raise your card if you feel that due to that service, you would be biased or prejudiced one way or the other. Okay. Is anyone here had experience or training, you personally, in law enforcement? Okay. You have had training in law enforcement. Okay. Number 16, thank you very much. Number 40, is that a 41? Thank you. 18, thank you. I don't want to miss anyone. And if you raised your card there, are you biased or prejudiced? Raise your card again if that makes you biased or prejudiced. Either way, to either side. Thank you. I see no response there. Is anyone in here have powers of arrest? Okay, I didn't think so. Thank you. Now, my last question is going to be kind of general, and keep in mind, jury service is very, very important. There are actually people in other parts of the world that hate the United States because of our system, because of our innocent until proven guilty. They hate us because of those very important rights that we have. And I guess my question goes to, and I won't ask you why, but is there anyone who feels that you just really can't sit as a juror due to anything, whether it's television, movies, social media, experiences, anything at all, I won't follow up, that makes you feel, you know what, I just don't think I'd be a good juror. I don't think I could sit and do the role of a juror. Okay, 11, is that okay, thank you. There's a 22, I think I see a 23, 10, 17, 27, 20, 36, 35, 43, 34, 58. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go a little slower. Thank you. Is that a 56 still? Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask you all to put your hands back up, please? Make sure we get everybody.
Okay.
All right. Let me see if I can help you out there, okay?
Thank you.
All right. I've got 10, 11, 17, 20, 22, 23, 27, 30, 31, 34, 35, 36, 43, 47, 45, 55, 56, 58. Thank you. You were talking too fast for
Sorry.
me.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Now, of those who just raised your card, if you could set that aside, whatever it is, and help us out if called upon, and listen to the judge and follow the law and try to reach a verdict. If you just raised your card, but yet you feel that you could do that, raise your card, okay? You could, okay? All right, I see no response there.
Let me see. I'm not sure I understood the question.
I can restate
but let me tell y'all this. We know you don't want to be here, right? Trust me. We know you don't want to shuffle back and forth. We also know that you all agree that the jury system of determining whether someone has committed a criminal offense or not is probably the best system out there. We've now gone for over a year, and for the better part of that, we have not been able to provide jury trials to people who need them and who want them. And that is our obligation. It is also our obligation to ensure that the persons who come in to try these cases are legally qualified to do so, which is why I asked you some of those very early questions, but who are also open-minded enough not to prejudge a case, having heard no evidence whatsoever, and to participate in this process. I believe that what Mr. Hasey is trying to say is that we recognize that you have jobs and families and other situations to which you need to be attending, as does everyone. But is there anybody here who is not willing to participate in this process and to follow the boundaries of the law. Mr. Hasty, is that what we're trying to figure out?
That's it, Judge. In particular, if there's been an experience, perhaps in their life, that has created such a horrible experience that they just didn't feel that they'd be a good juror to help
Okay.
us today. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. So I think then his more particularized question is there a reason that you yourself cannot do the things that I have just explained to you and perform your obligations as a juror? And if so, please raise your number. All right. I'm going to call out the names. 10, 11, or the numbers I should say. 20, 22, 27, 23, 30, 31, 34, 35, 36, 43, 45. Anybody that I missed? All right, Mr. Hasty, I'm turning it back over to you.
Thank you, Judge. And that's good. We just want to make sure that we get a jury that is fair and decides the case based on the evidence. And my final question is there anybody here who feels that the law says that Mr. Gorham and anyone charged with a crime is presumed to be innocent? That means he starts out innocent and he stays innocent unless and until the state meets the highest burden in the law. There is no higher burden in the law in this land, in this state. Okay? That's beyond a reasonable doubt. Does anyone feel that the state's burden should be lower, that it should not have to prove the case to that great extent? Raise your cards if you feel that burden is too heavy. You think it should be lower. Raise your cards. All right? And I see no response. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Hasty. All right, a couple of things. I know that some of you indicated that you had previously served on a trial jury in the past, particularly a criminal jury. Were there any others of you who have served jury duty in the past, whether it has been criminal, civil, or even grand jury? All right. 2, 3, 29, 43, 46, and 55. All right. Having heard the schedule that I had announced of this case likely taking the better part of today and the 2 days following, is there anyone who is prevented from being available to us for some reason? 22, 10, 17, 27, 43. All right. Okay. Thank you all. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask if you will, in just a minute, remove your headsets, leave them in your seat along with your number, and then we're going to excuse all of you to go back out into the open area where you will have some break opportunities. We will bring you back in small groups to follow up on some of these answers that you have given to us. And when we do that, we'll bring you back in. You'll put your headset back on, and then use the green little device that's up here at the stand, which we'll be sanitizing in between uses so that we can get some more specific information from you. Once that's occurred, we'll excuse you back out into the open area until we're ready for everybody to come back in for jury selection. Your first sort of instruction from me is that you may not discuss this case while you're milling about out there or allow anyone to discuss the case with you. You may not seek any information about it from any sort of electronic device or social media websites, because any information, should you be chosen as a juror, that you receive in this case has to come in through the tested method within the courtroom. So please don't go out and discuss the case or the lawyers or anything about this. Otherwise, it could put some taint on you, which would make you not a suitable juror to be in this case. And that might be tempting to all of you, but then you could all get in trouble. All right, so I'm just teasing about that. But we do need to make sure that we continue to follow all of the instructions. All right. So with that being said, what I'll do is we're going to take about a 10-minute break on this side of the wall. And in about 10 minutes, I'm going to start calling people back. And we'll bring you back in numerical order. So for those of you with the lower numbers, probably stay a little bit closer to the back side so they'll be able to round you up, okay? All right. Thank you all so much, and you're welcome to remove now and be excused. All right, good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm going to do is ask each of you to approach the podium one by one. We'll follow up with some questions, then ask if you'll take your headset off, and then I'll give you some additional instruction, okay? All right, so Ms. Robertson, would you please come to the podium, please, ma'am? Good morning, ma'am. Are you Iris Robertson?
Yes, I.
Uh-oh. Okay. Ma'am, I believe that one of the questions that you answered this morning was that you had previously served on a jury before, and in looking at the form that you filled out, it was a criminal jury. Is that correct?
Yes, it was. Just don't touch your hand.
And was that here in Richmond County?
Yes, it was.
And without telling me what the verdict was your jury able to reach a verdict?
Yes.
Okay. And were you the foreperson of that jury?
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone have any additional questions for Ms. Robertson?
Nothing from the state judge.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor, if I may. Ma'am, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. One question. Anything about that experience that causes you to feel biased or prejudiced one way or the other?
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Robertson, I'm going to excuse you with the same instructions earlier and just ask that you wait out in the open area, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning. Are you Zenora Carter?
I am.
Thank you. And ma'am, you had also indicated to us in response to one of my questions, I believe, that you had previously served as a juror. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that here in Richmond County?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember if it was a civil or a criminal case?
Criminal.
Okay. And were you the foreperson of that jury?
Repeat that again?
Were you the foreperson of that
no,
jury?
No.
Were you all able to reach a verdict?
Yes.
Right. Does the state have any questions for Ms. Carter?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense have any questions for Ms. Carter?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Anything about that experience that causes you to feel biased or prejudiced either way?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Okay. Ms. Carter, I'm going to ask if you please return to the open area, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Williams.
Hey.
You answered earlier, and you're Donna Williams, correct? Okay. You answered earlier that you had been on a jury. Was that a grand jury?
I don't think so.
Did you serve as a criminal juror?
Yes.
Were you the foreperson of that jury?
No,
And was your jury able to reach a verdict?
they were.
Okay. Thank you. State, have any additional questions for Ms. Williams
No, Your Honor.
about the defense?
Good morning, ma'am.
Hello.
You're Miss Donna Williams?
Yes.
And just one question. Anything about that experience that makes you feel biased or prejudiced either way?
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Ms. Williams, I'll ask if you'll sit back outside, please. Thank you. All right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You're juror number 6, Mr. Van, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And, sir, you had previously indicated to us that you had served on a jury, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you remember if it was criminal or civil?
You were criminal.
Okay. Was that here in Augusta?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the foreperson of that jury? Were you the foreperson or the foreman?
I don't understand that question.
Sure. So within your jury, there would have been one person who would have written down how you voted and then signed the document. Were you that person?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did the jury reach a verdict?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Van?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Van. Just briefly, was there anything about that experience on the jury that makes you feel biased or prejudiced either way in this case that we're here for today?
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Van, I'm going to ask if you'll please sit outside in that big area until we call you back in, okay? Thank you.
No, no. I can't hear you.
Your juror number 9, Annette Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. Give me just 1 second, okay, please, ma'am? Miss Williams,
Yes.
you indicated to us that you like to watch TV.
Yes.
And I confess that I like to do some of that too. Did you agree with my assessment that for the most part that's a fictionalized?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
And that's not real life?
all right.
Okay. You also indicated that you knew someone who had been prosecuted within the judicial circuit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And who was that person?
My son.
Okay. How long ago was that?
Oh, probably about 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay. And did his case, is it over? It's not still active, is it?
No, he's on probation.
Okay. And I'm sure that was a very stressful time for your family.
Okay.
And having had that experience, would that prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in another criminal case?
Oh, no.
Okay. Did you believe that he was treated as well as possible by sort of the system?
Yes.
Okay.
No question from the state judge. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Hank.
No questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Ma'am, I'm going to ask if you'll please wait outside in the open area until we call you back, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're juror number 10,
Yes.
and you're, is it Levi
Yes.
Talisoa?
Yes.
Did I say it right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Talisoa, you previously indicated that you were not in a position to take the oath when I asked the jury to swear that they would tell the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain why you would not do that? And it's okay. You're not in trouble.
To be enlightened, I was under the impression that because I was not a U.S. citizen, I was not allowed to take the oath.
Okay, thank you. And you're Samoan, is that right?
Yes.
How long have you been here in Augusta?
2 years now.
And have you applied for citizenship?
I'm a U.S. national. I am from the territory of American Samoa, which is under the jurisdictions of America. That's all I know of.
Okay. But I'm not sure that will allow you to sit as a juror. Do you agree with my assessment?
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, I don't think that you're permitted to sit as a juror.
Yes.
You agree with me, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Talasoa?
None, Your Honor.
All right. And, sir, can I ask you if you'd take your headset off from me for just 1 second, please? Okay. I'm going to excuse this gentleman as he is not eligible to sit. Are you all okay with that?
Agreed, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You can put him back on.
Put it back on.
If he needs an excuse, where would he go? Upstairs? Okay. All right. Unfortunately, sir, I'm going to have to let you go. Do you need an excuse to take with you to work or to a doctor or anything or school?
No.
Okay. You are excused, and we appreciate you for coming in today, okay?
Thank you. So,
yeah.
I just do have like a couple remarks that I do want to put in there.
Yes, sir.
I came very far from Hepzibah, right? So the situation was when I first got this letter, the problem in doing that was I told your clerk's office that because I don't have a job and the place was so far, and then due to my situation of me being here, it was very impossible this morning.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I really am.
$55 was the cost of the taxi just to get here.
Wow.
From the area of which I came from. And then the only thing that your clerk office told me was in my situation when I explained there, we all have our own situations, sir. We're sorry. But you're still gonna have to show up today.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry it was inconvenient for you.
It was just inconvenient. It was just that the fact that I feel like you guys should. It could have been more. It could have been handled more properly.
Okay.
In my situation.
I'll take that information back.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. This is juror number 11, Dale McZilkey. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. McZilkey, I want to follow up on a couple of responses that you had earlier this morning, okay?
Okay.
You had indicated, I think, that your mind was not perfectly impartial between the state and the defense, even though we've not had any evidence presented. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you give me a little more information about that, please?
I personally feel that the system is broken. Past experiences I've had of my own, I feel, if you break the law, you break the law and something needs to be done. I've been broke into at my house from residents 3 times. They caught them twice. Weapons were removed from my residence. The people are still on the street. They let them loose. The way I look at it, if you break the law, you're going to be punished, not cut loose. I see them every day walk down my street.
Okay. Thank you. You also indicated that you watched some of the Law and Order type television shows. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think you recognize that a lot of that is fictionalized account.
That's correct. That's just a luxury thing we all do.
Right. It's made for entertainment.
Correct.
Okay. I think that you indicated that you might have some problem rendering a verdict.
No, I won't. I won't have that product. I might have misunderstood it.
Okay.
I just feel, like I said, if you go into court, if you break the law, you need to be punished 100%. Okay. I'm kind of old school. You steal, you get punished.
Okay.
If you show in court, you're there for a reason.
And do you agree with the premise that Mr. Gorham is innocent until evidence proves otherwise?
Correct.
Okay. And so as he sits here today, he is only accused and he has not yet been proven to have violated any law. Do you agree with that?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. When we were talking about whether or not you could sit in judgment of another person and perform the duties and obligations of a juror, of listening to evidence, listening to argument, and deliberating with the other jurors in an attempt to reach a truthful verdict, did you indicate that you would have some difficulty performing those duties?
I might have done that. I don't believe I will have that difficulty for doing that.
Okay. So let me make sure that I understand then. What happens when we go into a courtroom is that the lawyers make an opening statement, and then usually witness testimony is presented under oath within the courtroom. There may or may not be some physical exhibits that are admitted. It depends upon what the case is and what's available. And then at the conclusion, the lawyers will make their statements, and I will instruct the jury about what Georgia law is. And then the jury will go in the back and deliberate to see if they are able to reach a unanimous verdict. Are those actions which you believe you can perform?
I can perform those.
Would you be able to wait until all of the evidence had been introduced and the law had been given to you before you would deliberate?
Like I said, I'm kind of, I could do that, but I'm still kind of partial. If you break the law, you broke the law. I've had it 3 times. I just can't stand it.
Okay. Well, and again, you agreed with me a minute ago that Mr. Gorham is not guilty as he sits here today. Are you trying to tell me that you have some sort of bias, or that you are somehow impartial? Not impartial, excuse me.
No, he is not guilty.
Okay.
Until proven guilty.
Okay.
I'm just saying that my past experience with what I've had to get involved in has not been very good. I feel like the system is broken.
Okay. And no one wants you to or be who you're not, or exclude your external experiences and educations, and the things that you have brought with you to court. But what we do want is for each person who is impaneled as a juror in this case to come to the case without having made their mind up. Are you someone who has not yet made up your mind and would wait until all of the evidence has been presented?
I have to wait till all the evidence has been presented because, like I said, the man is innocent until proven guilty.
Okay. Thank you. Does the state have any questions for Mr. McZilkey?
Just briefly, Judge. So essentially what you're saying is because he is innocent as he sits right now, Mr. Gorham, you could be fair and impartial until that presumption of innocence is overcome by the weight of the evidence.
That's correct.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Hasty?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, just briefly, well, as you see Mr. Gorham sitting here today, does he remind you of these people that you see going past your house or that's broken into your house?
Well, no, I can't. I don't know the man. Never seen him. I can't judge the man as being a good man or a bad man.
Do you figure it's more likely than not that these, people that get arrested and charged and sitting in court? Do you hold the position that it's more likely than not that there's a reason that they're sitting here?
I don't understand the question.
You figure that if someone is in court, that there's a reason for it?
Oh, that's correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. And the reason is that they're commanded to be here by virtue of an accusation. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to ask if you'll remove your headset for me for just 1 second and stay right there, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Anything from y'all?
No motion from the state, Judge.
Judge, it's equivocal enough that I don't think I could have a valid motion.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask Mr. McZilkey to remain. Thank you, Mr. McZilkey. I'm going to ask if you'd please wait in the outer area with the rest of the jurors, and we'll call you all back in a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, this is juror number 12. Good morning, Miss Elam.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I've got a couple of questions for you, not too many. I think that you are like me and that you like to watch some of those television shows. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I think that you also agreed that they were fictionalized and for entertainment purposes.
Yeah.
Okay. You indicated on the form that you filled out this morning that you and your husband are both retired. Can you tell me what sort of business y'all were in?
I'm a retired educator, and he's a retired police officer.
Okay. And you were a teacher?
No, I was a bookkeeper.
A bookkeeper. Okay. And your husband worked for which agency?
Rackenhut.
Okay.
Well, it's Centuria now, I believe.
Okay. All right. You did express a little bit of concern about being able to participate in the jury deliberative process and render a verdict.
No, I did not.
Okay. I must have written down.
There's two Brenda Elams. I'm Brenda C. Elam.
Okay. So you believe that you would be able to work with other jurors at the appropriate time to determine whether or not you could come to a unanimous verdict. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have had prior jury service. Is that right?
Lots of it, yes.
Okay. And was it around here?
Yes.
Was it criminal or civil, or do you recall?
All of them.
Have you been on a grand jury?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been a foreman?
No.
Have you ever been on a trial jury that did not return a verdict?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it didn't return a verdict because he copped the plea the third day. I don't know if that is considered.
Yeah. That's a good answer.
Okay.
Very informative. Does the state have any additional questions for Mrs. Elam?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Hasty, how about the defense?
Just one question. Thank you, ma'am. So I see that there's a juror named Brenda Elam, but you're Brenda C. Elam.
Yes.
Okay. And you think you would be a pretty, I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you think you'd be a pretty good juror, fair and listening and all those good things. Is that what I'm getting?
I do.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Could I make a comment?
Yes, ma'am.
I've just been diagnosed with a torn meniscus.
Ouch.
And I am in constant pain.
Okay.
I can't sit and just bend my knee for long periods of time. All I can do now is ice it, prop it up. And I'm in constant pain sitting in here and walking back and forth.
All right. We will definitely take that into consideration. We kind of have to see where we go. In the event that you're selected, we'll actually probably have you sitting in a pew, not on a seat. Would you be able to prop your leg up? And we'd be happy for you to bring an ice pack. Would that help?
Well, I'm on pain meds.
Okay. Would they prevent you from being able to follow evidence?
No, they make me sleepy.
Okay. We'll take all that into account.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Sorry about your knee.
Thank you. I am too.
What's your number there?
13.
Thank you. All right. This is Natalie Blackburn. All right. Ms. Blackburn, I'm going to ask you a few more questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You indicated that you, like I, were a TV watcher.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize that it's for our entertainment?
Yes,
It's not
ma'am.
real. Okay. Thank you. And you said that you thought you knew someone who had been wrongfully convicted. Was that a person that's close to you?
Let's see. It's a little bit of a different situation. My father was the victim of a violent crime, and I can't hear anything.
I can hear her.
Okay, we're good. My father was the victim of a violent crime. The person who committed the violent crime, I feel, got a lesser conviction than what he deserved.
Okay, and I see what you're referring to here from the paperwork that you've provided to us, and I'm so sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
You would have been very young.
Yes, ma'am. I was 5.
Okay. Do you think that experience and that belief that perhaps that the law didn't go far enough would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in another criminal case?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You were asked a question about whether or not you would require some sort of corroboration, or if listening to witness testimony and only witness testimony would prevent you from being able to render a verdict of guilty if the evidence was to support it. If you were instructed to judge each witness independently and make up your mind about their credibility, and if you were instructed that there is no legal requirement for corroboration, would you be able to follow the law?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you would not require some additional something that the law does not require?
I guess it was the way it was worded. It sounded like it was like going off of one person's testimony, whether I could decide here or there.
Okay.
But if it were like a multiple people testimony and there was physical evidence to back it up, then.
Okay. All right. But you do believe that whatever you were instructed about what the law requires would
Yes,
be
ma'am.
what you would require of either side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does the state have any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. How about the defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. May I ask a couple from the biographical?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, my name is Jason Hasty, and I represent Mr. Gorham. Just a couple of questions. I don't mean to pry, but I do need to ask you. That we're given these forms that y'all fill out, copies to help us move along. You indicated that you were related by blood or marriage to someone in law enforcement.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little more about that?
He is a certified police officer in Grovetown, but he took the role of firefighter. Like, he does both, but he's mainly a firefighter.
Understood. Yes, ma'am. And I believe you said that you lost was it your dad?
My father, yes.
You lost your father. And I believe you said in 1997 you
Yes,
were young. Do you feel that you would, are you biased or prejudiced if sitting as a juror in a case where there's law enforcement testimony due to your relative? In other words, are you biased or prejudiced in that case due to that law enforcement connection? Thank you. And you said just a moment ago that you felt like someone didn't get a proper, I guess, punishment because of their role in your dad's death. Is that what I was understanding?
The evidence, it was Mississippi in 1997. There were circumstances that shouldn't have even played into the case, in my opinion.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just don't feel like the verdict that was reached he was given a manslaughter charge.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I understand. And the fact that happened, I know you were young and I'm going to assume you thought about it since that time. Right?
A little.
Yes, ma'am. Do you feel that you could be fair to Mr. Gorham and to the state if you were selected as a juror?
I do.
Would you feel like you would have any problems at all?
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Ma'am, what I'm going to ask is if you'll go sit back outside with everybody else, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, juror number 15, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
We're going to just follow up with a couple more questions for you, okay?
Sure.
All right. You indicated that you'd had prior jury service. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that before you moved to Augusta?
It was, yes. I was
Okay.
living in Las Vegas.
Okay. And was it civil or criminal?
It was civil.
And were y'all able to reach a verdict?
We did.
And were you the foreperson of that jury?
I was not.
Okay. And y'all have been in Augusta for
4.5 years.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have. Does the state have any follow-up?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
How about the defense?
Could I have one moment, Judge?
Sure. Jason, your microphone's on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. McKee.
Yes.
And you work with the newspaper?
I work on tourist publications.
Okay. Okay, so I was looking at, is that the same as Morris Communications?
It's Morris Communications. The division I'm in is magazine publishing. I don't have anything. They sold out the newspaper a couple of years ago. I never had anything to do with it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. That you read my mind. I was wondering if you ever worked on anything regarding, charges or cases or crimes.
No.
And notwithstanding that, yes, ma'am. Notwithstanding that, I guess working with magazines and things of that nature, you would have had some connection, I guess, with other departments as far as people who work there or knowing those people, or.
Well, we have different divisions in the same office, but the people I report to actually mostly are in different offices. So, I've never heard of this case before. Yeah. So.
And working in just, I guess, communications or media in general, did you form over the years any bias or prejudice as far as crimes or people charged with crimes or anything like that?
No, because what you're taught in journalism school is that you have to be fair and impartial, and that's what you live by.
Yes, ma'am. So do you believe if selected, you would be a good, fair, and impartial juror if asked to sit on a case?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I'm just going to ask if you'll sit back outside with everybody else, and we'll see you in a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's her number?
16.
Thank you. All right. This is juror 16, Miss Dorsey. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I might be missing where I had a question for her. So I will defer to the state while I continue to look.
I'm looking as well, Your Honor. Law enforcement experience?
Ma'am, did you tell us that you work at the prison?
Yes, ma'am. I work at the federal prison in South Carolina.
Okay, and you're a registered pharmacist?
Correct.
And do you have face-to-face contact with the inmates over there, or do you put the pills in the pack or a cup and send them out?
I do have face-to-face. I meet with them one-on-one for clinical stuff.
Okay. Have they given you any sort of certification to do that job that is not related to pharmacy, but is more related to law enforcement?
Just the basic training to work in the institution.
Okay.
If that is clear.
You're not a certified police officer?
No.
You do not have arrest powers?
So when I went through the training, I know people that work in the prison have like the certain arrest powers, but I'm also active duty with the United States Public Health Service, so I don't fall under that to where I would have the arrest powers.
Okay. And Federal Correctional Institute is over in Edgefield, South Carolina, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. because you work with inmates.
Mm-hmm.
Would that prevent you from being fair and impartial to both sides in this case?
I don't believe so.
Do you have any bias or leaning towards one side or the other?
No.
Do you believe that your mind is impartial and neutral at this time with regard to the issues involved in this case?
I do.
Thank you. Would the state like to follow up with any additional questions?
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
How about Mr. Hasty?
Thank you, Judge. Miss Dorsey, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you. I just wanted to ask one question, and don't want to embarrass you by any means, but have you or any of your family members been the victim of a violent or serious crime?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And ma'am, I'll ask if you'll please just wait with the remainder of the jurors, and we'll bring everybody back in just a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, this is juror number 17, Miss Howard, Kathleen Howard. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
You indicated to us earlier that you, like me, like to indulge in a little television watching. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did you recognize and agree that that is an entertainment process?
Yeah, of course.
And that what they're doing is entertaining to us, but it's not real?
Yeah.
Thank you. You also indicated that you knew someone who had been prosecuted. Is that locally?
Yeah, I think it was in Richmond County.
Okay. And is it a close friend or a family member?
A close friend.
Okay. And did you sort of follow along with the process?
Not fully.
Okay.
Yeah, and this was a few years back.
Okay. And do you believe that that person was treated fairly as well as possible?
Yeah.
Okay. And would it prevent you, because of that experience and that knowledge, from being fair and impartial to both sides in this matter?
No, it won't prevent me.
Okay. Would it cause you to have any bias or leaning for or against either side?
No.
Thank you.
No questions, Your Honor.
Right.
No questions. Thank you.
Well, ma'am, did you indicate to us that you would have a problem sitting as a juror and rendering a verdict?
I do have like ADHD. And I'm not medicated. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Do you think it would prevent you from being able to listen to the testimony in the courtroom? We take breaks.
Yeah, I think I'd be okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you think it would prevent you from being able to deliberate with the other jurors if you were impaneled?
Mm-mm.
No?
No.
Okay. You also said that you were concerned that there might be something that would prevent you from being able to work through the next couple of days with us. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that, please.
I live paycheck to paycheck, so taking that much time off of work is going to really affect my budget, I guess. And,
okay.
Yeah. My rent's important to me.
And you work at a place that provides lunch and breakfast, but not dinner. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Right. And are y'all open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
We're open 7 days a week.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any other follow-up, y'all?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to ask if you'll wait with the rest of the jurors, okay?
Okay, cool.
Thank you. All right, I believe we've got juror number 18. Is that right?
Yes.
And, ma'am, you are Mary Foster. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions for you. Tell me what your favorite sort of Law and Order TV show is. Yeah, whatever's on is what you watch. I understand that. Do you recognize that all of that is done for our entertainment purposes and that it's really not realistic?
I do.
Thank you. I think that you also said that actually that might have been it. Tell me what a rehab tech is.
I work at Augusta State Medical Prison.
Okay.
And we work in a physical therapy clinic, rehab on, different surgeries and whatever.
So depending upon what the surgery is, depends on how you help them heal from that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have law enforcement arrest powers?
No.
Okay. And are you employed by the state, or are you employed by a private entity?
A private entity.
Okay. And because you work in a prison environment, would that prevent you from being fair or impartial to both sides?
No.
So as you stand here today, you have no bias or leaning for or against either side. Is that correct?
I'm correct.
Okay. Does anybody have any follow-up from Ms. Foster?
Judge, if you're looking at my list, I believe she had responses to questions 17 and 19.
Let me get back to that list, because I put it in a very special place.
Sure, sorry. And I
That's
can follow up.
All right. Ms. Foster, did you let us know that somebody that you knew had been prosecuted maybe by the district attorney's office here, or just in general?
Here.
Okay. And was it by the local DA's office?
Yes.
And are these people that you're serving out at the prison, or are they other people?
Other people.
Okay. And do you believe that the other people, is it friends or family?
Family.
Family. And do you believe that that person was treated fairly?
Yes.
Okay. And would that experience and having gone through that prevent you from being fair and impartial to both the state and the defense?
No.
Okay. And I thought that I actually saw her number on one other response as well. I didn't write the question down, but one of the questions that was asked by Mr. Kramer had something to do with making sure that whatever verdict was rendered had to do with the evidence that had been presented and not be based upon some sort of sympathy or empathy towards a witness, a victim, or an accused person. Would you be able to make your decision based upon the evidence and the law?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Kramer, would you like to follow up?
Just like the judge, thank you. I believe the exact question that your response was to is, I said, is there anyone who would base a verdict on things outside of the evidence? And I gave the example of the way a person looks or a horoscope. Did you respond to that question?
I did.
Okay, can you elaborate a little bit for me?
Sometimes I look at people as they're a little too fidgety. Sometimes certain movements they make, I make judgments on.
Okay, but could you be fair and impartial to Mr. Gorham as he sits right now, as far as a jury trial in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hasty?
No questions. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Ms. Foster, I'm going to excuse you to go sit back outside, okay?
All right, thank
We'll
you.
see you in a little bit.
All right.
Thanks. All right. Good morning, Mr. Prince.
Good morning.
You're juror number 20, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You had a bunch of answers for me, but I want to focus on the first one that you gave us, and that was that you had previously been convicted of a felony. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that locally?
Yes.
Okay. I looked you up, and that was in 2002. Is that right?
Yes.
It was a long time ago.
Okay.
Okay. Did you ever receive a pardon?
No, ma'am.
You would have had to apply for it.
Oh, no, ma'am. I didn't.
Okay. And you have not had your civil rights restored by any voluntary action. You would have. Okay. All right. I'm pretty sure that's going to prevent you from being able to serve with us. Okay.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about that?
No, ma'am.
All right. Does anybody have any objection to me excusing Mr. Prince and allowing him to go about his business?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Prince, you are going to get to go. The rest of these people around here are sticking around. All right.
Okay.
Thanks for being with us.
Okay.
You take care. Be safe out there. All right. Good morning, Mr. Jimenez.
Good morning.
You're juror number 21, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You indicated, and you answered a couple of different things, and you indicated that, like me, you like to watch police TV type shows.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that those are fictional and that they're made for entertainment? It's Hollywood.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that you might have some problems with law enforcement. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me a little bit about that, please?
It took place, the situation took place when I was in middle school. I got in trouble for wearing shorts to school. And my mother had to, my mother came to call my mother and stuff like that. And it got kind of physical between the police officer and my mother. And she kind of like, kind of like abused her power a little bit. The police officer kind of abused her power a little bit. And it caused physical, because the handcuffs, she put the handcuffs so tight on my mother that it caused her wrist to swell up. And so we went to court 2 times, but neither the officer or the principal of the school showed up to court to both times. So they just dropped the case.
But it was still pretty stressful.
It was, yes, from a 6th grade middle school. Yeah, it was.
Okay. Having had that experience in the past, would that prevent you from listening to the testimony of a law enforcement officer if one was going to testify?
It would be 50-50 because I don't have a really bad problem with police officers. It's just the type of police officers that abuse their power because they think they're higher than what the law that they serve.
Okay. So let me ask the question a different way. Okay.
Uh-huh.
If, and I don't know who's going to testify, but if a police officer was going to testify, would you judge the credibility of that officer based upon the words that they are saying and the way that they present, and not based on some other person's actions?
No, ma'am.
You would not do that, or you would do that?
I mean, I wouldn't put a bias on them for that reason.
Okay, so you're not going to hold one responsible for all. Is that
yes,
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And do you think having had that experience would prevent you from being a neutral and fair and impartial juror in Mr. Gorham's case?
I don't see that as a reason why I shouldn't be neutral in a case that has nothing to do with me.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. I think I've got a few more questions for you. One of the things that was asked of you was whether or not you could take the word of a single witness or if you would require it to be supported through some corroboration.
Uh-huh.
And if the law doesn't require corroboration, would you be able to follow the law? And I'm not telling you to tell me what you think would be sufficient, because neither one of us have any idea what's going to show up in terms of evidence.
Okay.
But would you be able to follow the instructions if the instructions say certain things do not have to be corroborated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Does the state have any more? Well, let me ask you, you're not working, is that right?
No, I'm a part-time student.
What are you studying?
Criminal justice.
Where's that?
Strayer University.
Okay. Are you online or are you in person?
Online.
Okay. Do they know you have jury duty?
No.
I bet they're going to have lots of questions for you when they find out, don't you think?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have any more questions for Mr. Jimenez?
None from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Jimenez, I'm going to ask if you'll just join everybody else back out there, okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you. It's 22. All right, we've got juror 22, Miss Russell. Good morning.
Good morning.
I've got just a few follow-up questions with you, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, you told me that, like myself, you like to watch some of those TV shows Do you have a favorite, or do you just watch whatever's on?
SVU.
SVU, okay. And do you understand, while there may be certain issues that are based in reality, that the presentation of the events is a fictionalized account and not realistic?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You also indicated to us that you knew someone who had been prosecuted by the local district attorney's office. Is that right?
Yeah, he's currently being brought up on some charges, yeah.
Okay. And is it a friend or a family member?
My brother.
I'm sorry that y'all are in that situation. Would that prevent you from being fair and impartial to the state in this case?
I think I don't have faith in my ability to not sympathize with both sides.
With both sides?
Yeah.
Okay. And I was going to ask you if it would prevent you from being fair and impartial to the defense in this case. So let me see if I understand what you're telling me. You would take your responsibility as a juror seriously.
I would,
right?
but I'm emotional, so.
Okay. And would you be able to listen to the evidence as it came in the courtroom?
Yeah.
Would you be able to listen to the court's instruction at the end of the trial when I tell you what the law is?
Yeah.
Would you be able to deliberate with the other jurors, listen to their opinions, and give yours?
Yes.
And would you be able to render a verdict if you thought it was appropriate?
It's against my religious beliefs.
Okay, and tell me about that, please.
I just don't feel comfortable judging somebody.
Okay. And did you hear me say earlier that we're not asking you to say whether somebody is, this thing's in my way, I'm so sorry.
I heard that.
That we're not asking you to say if a person's good or bad, or if they're moral or not, but we're asking you to consider whether the evidence shows that a law has been broken.
Mm-hmm.
And in doing so, you could be required as a juror to render a verdict.
Yeah.
Would you be able to render that verdict?
No.
Okay. So you think you could do everything but actually vote, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. What faith practice do you have?
Christian.
Okay. And do you attend a particular church or denomination? No. Okay. Is this a long-held belief?
Yes.
Okay. Is it likely to change over the course of the next few days?
I doubt it.
Have you ever been called for jury duty before?
No.
Okay. Would the state like to follow up?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hasty, would you like to follow up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ma'am, can I ask if you would take your headsets off for me for just a minute? Thank you. Would anybody like to be heard?
State would move to strike, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Hasty.
I would agree, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll note that my notes indicate that she had answered that same question consistently when it was propounded in multiple different ways. So I'm going to excuse her for cause. All right. You can stick them back on. All right, Ms. Russell.
Yes.
We appreciate your honesty. Okay, I'm going to excuse you. You're not going to be required to come back, okay?
Okay.
You take care.
Thank you. You too.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
All right, this is juror number 23, Westine Crawley. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon now, I think.
Good afternoon to you.
I just have a couple of questions for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I think one of the questions that you answered indicated your concern about the role and your obligations as a potential juror. And so what we ask from our juries is that they listen to the evidence as it comes in the courtroom, that they wait until all of the evidence has concluded before they begin to deliberate or make up their mind, that they listen to me when I instruct on what the state of Georgia law is, and then that they engage in deliberations with the other jurors in an attempt to reach a verdict. Are those things that you believe that you'd be able to do?
Yes, I believe I could do those, but there is the circumstances in my residence that I think might influence how I might vote.
Okay, and can you tell me about that, please?
Yes, I live at the Hell Powell high-rise apartment.
I'm sorry, at which ones? Hal Powell?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. And we've recently had two big fires, one on second floor and one on fourth floor. And it caused a lot of discontent in the building, and there's rumblings that it was maliciously done because someone who sells fire insurance didn't have any customers, and this was a good way of getting her customers. I don't know how true that is. But the thing that bothered me more was that the gentleman that had the fire in his apartment that started the fire on second floor was subsequently transferred to our floor, which is fifth floor. And what bothered me is that a day after the fire had occurred, he and another guy were bickering and almost fighting. I don't know what it was. I was just coming in. And he said, well, I'll go get my so-and-so gun. Look, don't F with me right now. And just a very volatile type personality and conversation and so forth. Well, the next day I come in, this guy is next door to the guy he was having an altercation with. And it's just, when I think about the whole fire incident, it just makes me not be as objective as I should be, perhaps.
Okay. Well, let me ask you some pretty specific questions then.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no reason for any of us to believe that Mr. Gorham has any knowledge of that or anything to do with that, right?
Right.
Okay. And while it certainly is something that's fresh in your mind,
yes.
Would it cause you to have any bias for or against Mr. Gorham because he is charged in an accusation with setting fire?
I would rather not be involved with it.
Okay. I agree that most people would not. But do you have any bias against him right now?
I don't have any bias against him per se. He looks like the gentleman who started the fire.
Okay.
A second, supposedly.
I lost you for a second. She's not plugged in, I think. Did everybody else lose her?
Yeah, I lost her.
Okay. You said he... Hang on 1 second. Okay. I'm sorry, we lost you. You said he looks like the person who did it, right?
He favors him, yes, ma'am.
Okay. But Mr. Gorham doesn't live there.
I know.
Okay.
I know. But from a psychiatric perspective, that does color some of this vision probably of how I would look at the situation.
Okay. All right. And I know these are awkward questions, and we appreciate your candor. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cromer, do you want to ask Ms. Crawley any questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Hasty, do you want to ask Ms. Crawley any questions?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Good
morning,
afternoon. So, Ms. Crawley, you said that Mr. Gorham, as he sits here this morning, bears some resemblance to the fellow that's charged or did shoot the fire at the other place.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yes, ma'am. And, I mean, if you're obviously being honest, which is, I'm sure, what you're doing this morning or this afternoon, would that potentially cause you some problems in this case, the fact that he does bear resemblance? Would that cause you some problems serving as a juror on this particular case?
I would try not to be biased, but that is something that I think probably would play a little of an issue with me in terms of how I looked at the situation as a whole.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe.
You think it could have some influence on your analysis of the case?
Yes, sir. I believe it would.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Ma'am, would you mind removing your headset for me for just a minute, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Hasty, would you like to be heard?
Yes, ma'am. I have a motion primarily on the abundance of precaution. This juror, I think, has a strong desire to be fair and impartial, but she admits that perhaps the resemblance, so we've got a resemblance to a person who's charged with fire. Same charge, there's a resemblance and could have an impact. I think she would try very hard, but I would move to excuse the juror, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
State has no objection, Your Honor.
Okay. I agree with Mr. Hasty's assessment. I actually thought it was very apt that she has a strong desire to be as fair and impartial, but due to recent events, it might be difficult for her. So I'm going to excuse her. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Crawley, I am going to excuse you. You have been so candid and so honest with us, and we understand the place that you are in where you want to do your civic duty to the best of your ability, but that recent events might weigh on you to the point where it could compromise your ability to do so. Had it not been so recent, I think you'd be an excellent juror. So I hope that we get to bring you back down on a different day, but we appreciate you and we're going to let you go home today. Okay, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for your understanding.
Thank you for being so honest, and you be safe, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Take care.
Be careful. Bye.
Sorry, I can't see your number.
I lost it. It's 25.
Okay, thank you. You're Miss Elam.
Yes.
Did you know we have another Miss Elam named Brenda?
Yeah, I heard the name called a couple of times.
That's
I didn't know whether you had me down twice.
That's great. Let's see. All right. Ms. Elam, you indicated that, like myself, you occasionally indulge in some of those crime shows on the television. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think you recognize that that's made for our entertainment and that it's not realistic. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you had previously served as a member of a jury. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Was it criminal?
Yes.
And were you also on a grand jury?
Yes.
Oops, right on the wrong one. When you were on the jury, were you all able to reach a verdict?
Yes, we were.
And were you the foreperson of that jury?
When you say the foreperson,
so normally the person who guides you in your deliberative process and writes down whatever the result is.
No.
Okay. What sort of patients have you been treating?
All types, from emergency room to cardiac, endoscopy. I serve as a med-surg nurse.
All right. So are you directly treating COVID patients these days?
Oh, yes, I have. I've worked in a COVID hospital before.
Okay. Well, bless your heart. All right. Does the state have any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. How about the defense?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Elam, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And just a couple of questions. I see that you indicated that you are a nurse at a hospital.
Yes.
And you've been doing that for a while, according to your responses. In this case, I expect, of course, there'll be evidence of a fire being started, and Mr. Gorham is charged with that. Do you agree that he is presumed to be innocent unless and until the state meets the large burden of proving his guilt?
Yes, I do.
You don't have any problem with that being part of our law, do you?
No, I don't.
And on the other hand, I just want to ask, given that you're a nurse, I mean, obviously you want to try to help people that have been injured or they're sick or they're harmed. Is that right?
That's correct.
So do you think you would have any leaning, one way or the other, given you're serving in this care and medical industry? Would you have a bias, you think, one way or the other in a case like this?
No.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, Miss Elam, I am going to ask if you'll go remain with the rest of the jurors, and we'll bring everybody back shortly, okay?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Is that juror 26?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. I think it's afternoon now. Good afternoon to you. You're Miss Collins, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Miss Collins, you indicated that you like to watch a little TV sometimes, is that right?
Yes, since the pandemic, I'm home a whole lot now.
Yeah. Did you wind up having to start working from home?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize that those television shows that we all enjoy are for entertainment purposes?
I've been watching them way before the pandemic. I know that they are fake.
Okay.
Definitely.
Thank you. Let's see. I think that's all of the questions that I have for Ms. Collins. Would anybody else like to ask her a question?
I think I'm a state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Collins, I'm going to excuse you back out with the rest of the jurors, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Are you juror 27?
Yes, ma'am.
That means you're Miss Williamson, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon to you.
Thank you. You told us earlier that you like to indulge in a little television watching, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. I love my Law and Order.
Okay. That's not my show, but I understand.
Yeah, I like all of them. Cam, all of them.
And do you recognize that they're made for our entertainment, that they're not really based in reality?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I think you also indicated that you knew someone who had been prosecuted by the local district attorney's office. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. My two nephews.
Okay. Was that recently?
Oh, no. This been maybe 2 years ago.
Okay. And do you believe that they were treated as well as they could have been under the circumstances?
In a sense, yes.
Okay. Nobody wanted it to happen, but
right.
Given that it did.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would you hold any grudge for or against the state as a result of that?
Not really.
Okay. And would impact the way that you considered Mr. Gorham's situation?
Yes, ma'am.
How would it impact the way you looked at his situation?
Who are we talking about?
Mr. Gorham over here.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. That's a good answer.
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't have any bias for or against either side right now, do you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Do you believe that you would have any difficulty performing the role of a juror? And I'm happy to kind of break that down for you if you need me to.
What you mean, sit on the jury?
Yes.
Yeah, like health-wise.
Oh dear. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a health condition that would prevent you from being with us?
Well, COPD, arthritis, that consider not being injured? Nope.
Okay. These chairs out here, even though they have cushions, are not the most comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
When we go into the courtroom, you would be sitting in a bench, sort of like a church pew almost.
Yes. That kind of mess with my back, my health.
Okay. If we get up and take breaks every hour or hour and a half, would that provide you with a level of comfort?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right. So, do you believe that you would be able to listen to all of the evidence?
Oh, yes.
And would you be able to wait until the conclusion, until you started to deliberate?
Oh, I don't know about that, John.
Okay. Well, you'll
being honest.
Okay. Well, you'll be watching people to see if you believe what they're saying, if it's honest, if it's reasonable, all of those things.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not asking you not to do that, but we're asking you not to start thinking about what your verdict would be until such time as all of the evidence has been received, so that you don't miss something. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And would you be able to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then would you be able to deliberate and talk with your other jurors to determine what you believe the appropriate verdict is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you believe that you would be able to render a verdict if it was appropriate to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I thought that at some point you told us that you would not be able to sit in judgment of another person based upon some sort of religious or philosophical belief.
Well, Your Honor, let me put it like this, to be honest. I just can't, sit and have somebody else's life in my hand. I can't do it.
Okay.
That's what I mean. I can't.
Right. It's an uncomfortable...
have nobody else's life in my hand.
Okay. Well, in this particular case, we're not talking, and I understand what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
It would be up to me to determine what the punishment was, if we even got to that point.
Okay.
And I think I told you all that earlier. Does that provide you with a level of comfort?
Yes.
Okay. And would it increase your ability to sit as a juror or not?
Maybe.
Okay. So normally what we instruct the jury is that they should not consider or discuss punishment. Because that's up to me.
Okay.
Based upon whatever the law says.
Okay.
Okay. Would you be able to follow that instruction to not consider it or discuss it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any bias for or against the state?
No,
the
I
prosecutors?
Don't. No, I don't.
How about for or against the defense?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Cromer, would you like to ask her any questions?
Just briefly, Your Honor. I think one of the questions that you may have responded to, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I asked, is there anyone who would base a verdict on things outside of the evidence? And I gave the example of, ways somebody looks or horoscopes. Did you respond to that question?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Then that's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, you're welcome.
Mr. Hasty?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Williamson, tell me what you retired from.
The cleaners.
Okay. Thank you.
All
right, I'm going to let you go sit back down with everybody else, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, I can't see if it's 28 or 29.
29.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Is it Mr. Dogan?
That's correct, Dogan, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right, Mr. Dogan, you had indicated that you sometimes watch a little television, like those Law and Order type shows. Do you recognize that all of that is for our entertainment and that it's manufactured?
Oh, most certainly, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think you also indicated that you previously had jury duty. Is that right?
I have.
Was that here?
No, actually, Jefferson County.
Okay.
Yes, that's many, many years ago, though.
Are you from down that way?
I am, yes.
Okay. Was it a criminal or a civil case?
It was a civil case.
Okay. And were you the foreperson of that jury?
I don't know that it's been so long ago.
Okay.
Judge, I don't remember details at all of it.
All right. Do you remember whether or not y'all were able to reach a verdict?
Yes, we were.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Dogan?
None from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Dogan, I appreciate your responses. I'm going to let you sit back outside with everybody else, okay?
Thank you.
And we'll see everybody soon. Gina, what's her number? 30. Thank you. All right, we've got juror number 30. This is Caitlin Smith. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to follow up with you a little bit on some of the answers that you gave us, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You had indicated earlier that you would possibly require that evidence come in through some other form other than just by a living witness, or that there would be a need for corroboration. If the law, as instructed to you, did not require corroboration, would you be able to follow that instruction? Okay, and can you explain that to me, please?
So you're saying that only just using a witness, just only using witnesses, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay, and can you tell me why?
Personally, based on people can lie easily, I need visible proof, like video footage or fingerprints or anything.
Okay. And if those things didn't exist or were not admitted, would you be able to, would that prevent you from being able to work with the other jurors in an attempt to reach a verdict?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that you also indicated to us that you would have a hard time sitting in judgment and operating as a juror. Let me sort of go through the steps of what we ask our jurors to do. We ask them to come in and to have not made up their minds. Can you do that?
Well, could I explain that? I have a very bad social anxiety. And
Okay.
It's hard for me to talk to people, among people. Being here by myself, it's just crazy. I'm overwhelmed already. You can tell on my voice.
Okay. Yeah, your voice is real quiet. And I know that this is difficult for you. Would you feel more comfortable sitting down?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we grab her a seat, please, just so she can sit down? Slide her out from behind that podium so we can see her, please.
I'm just trying to.
All right, take a deep breath. All right. I know you're not happy and comfortable, but is that a little bit better?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. So what we want our jurors to do is to come in having not made up their mind. And have you not made up your mind?
I haven't made up my mind.
Okay. We want them to listen to the evidence however it comes in. Sometimes it's stuff that we look at, sometimes it's stuff that we listen to, sometimes it's both. Would you be able to do that?
I don't feel like I can.
Okay. Then we ask them if they would listen to the court, that's me, when I tell you what Georgia law says. Would you be able to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. And she said yes. I know her voice is real quiet. And then we'd ask if you'd be able to deliberate with the other 11 jurors, basically to discuss what you've seen and heard to determine what the jury collectively believes is the best result. Would you be able to engage in that deliberative process? You said, that means no to me. Is that right?
No.
And so just so you understand, I'm not being sassy with you. My court reporter records everything that we say and types it. And if you say or she has to interpret that. And that's why I say yes and no for you. And tell me a little bit about your concern about being able to deliberate.
It's mainly working with other people. I have a hard time doing that. I'm more of a solo person.
Okay. And you said you've got some anxiety issues. Have you been diagnosed with something?
No.
And do you receive treatment?
I'm on antidepressant.
Okay. And is that through your just primary care physician?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of work do you do?
I am a sales representative for Marketplace. I act as vendoring inside of Walmart currently.
Okay. All right. Mr. Cromer?
No follow-up. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Hasty?
No follow-up. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Smith, I'm going to ask you to take your ears off for me for a second, okay? Anybody want to be heard?
The judge state moves to strike. She states that she can't follow law, talking about the only witness needing cooperation with DNA, fingerprints, stuff like that. She also says that she can't listen to evidence and doesn't think that she'll be able to deliberate with other jurors.
Mr. Hasty?
I have no issue with that, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to excuse her. Okay. Ms. Smith, you can put your headset back on. Sorry if I just yelled in y'all's ears. All right, ma'am, I'm going to let you go this afternoon, okay? You won't need to come back, and we appreciate you being here today. Be careful out there, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, I believe we've got juror 31 now. And this is Connie Anderson. All right. Ms. Anderson, what we're trying to do this afternoon now is ensure that we have jurors who have not formed any opinion for or against either side. At this point, have you formed an opinion for or against either side?
No.
Okay. We tried to bring in jury and impanel jurors who would be able to sit in the courtroom and listen to all of the testimony and whatever exhibits may or may not be presented. Would you be able to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be able to wait until the end of the trial to begin to deliberate?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be able to listen to the court's instruction?
Mm-hmm.
Will you say yes or no for me,
Yes.
please? Thank
Yes.
you. I'm not being smart alecky, just it's for purposes of transcription.
Gotcha.
Thank you. And would you be able to deliberate with the other jurors in an attempt to reach a verdict?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier, I thought that you had answered that you would not be able to participate and render a verdict. So I might have misunderstood, or the question might not have been asked well.
I may have not understood the question.
Okay. But you believe that you would be able to perform all of the obligations of the and expectations of the jury, and to render a verdict, if appropriate, at the conclusion of the trial.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Anderson?
None from the state. None from the state. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, just a couple. Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, good afternoon.
Hi.
And I'm not going to be real specific, but we did receive your information form. That's helpful to us. Maybe forming questions and whatnot. You indicated that you had been divorced. Is that correct?
Uh-huh.
And how long ago were you divorced?
14 years.
Okay. I'm not going into details, but I see that there's a serious crime committed against either you or a family member.
Yes.
And do you feel that the fact that does it give you any concerns at all when asked to decide a case involving criminal charges?
I hate all men. How does that answer your question?
It answers it. Yes, ma'am, it does. Thank you.
Pretty much.
Yes, ma'am.
Given that we're not developing a personal relationship here,
Mm-hmm.
would that sentiment prevent you from being fair to Mr. Gorham?
Yes, it would.
And in the event that some of the witnesses who testify and who have been previously identified are male, would it prevent you from being fair to them?
Yes.
Okay. So are you indicating that you've got some bias already formed?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. It seems that I'm not trying to insult you or play with you, I promise you. But it seems a little inconsistent with some of your earlier responses.
I don't know what earlier responses you're talking about.
The ability to perform the obligations of a juror.
I mean, I can perform the obligations. It doesn't mean that I don't already, that I have a mindset outside of that, yes. So I may not have answered those questions correctly.
Okay. Is your mind fair and impartial to the state at this point?
Probably not.
Is your mind fair and impartial to Mr. Gorham at this point?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Can I get you to take those headsets off for me for 1 second? Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Thank you. She can put them back on. Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
We appreciate you being honest with us today, and we're sorry we had to pry into your personal matters.
It's fine.
I'm going to let you be excused, okay?
Okay.
And good luck to you and be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, this is juror number 32. This is Mr. Rodriguez. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Mr. Rodriguez, I need to follow up on a couple of things that you told us earlier. And in doing so, let me start with telling you what we ask for our jurors to do, okay? What we ask is that when they come in, that they not have formed any opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, have you formed an opinion for or about the guilt or innocence of Mr. Gorham?
No.
Okay. Do you have any bias for or against the state?
No.
Do you have any bias for or against Mr. Gorham?
No.
Once people are impaneled as jurors, we begin with the actual trial of the case. We ask that they listen to all of the evidence and review anything that might be presented, whether it's physical evidence or just oral testimony. Would you be able to listen to all of the evidence before you began to deliberate?
Yes.
Okay. The court will instruct you what the law is and how Georgia law defines certain things and what Georgia law requires. In this particular case, I would expect that one of the instructions would be that allegations of arson do not require corroboration. Would you be able to follow that instruction?
Yes.
Okay. I think that you had been asked a question, something along the lines of, would you be able to accept the testimony of a single witness? We're not asking you to prejudge the case.
Mm-hmm.
We're not asking you to indicate to us how you would or would not vote or what would cause you to vote in a particular way. But if the law says that a single witness is sufficient to establish a fact, would you be able to follow that instruction?
If it's just verbal, no.
Okay, so you would require physical evidence
Mm-hmm.
before you would be able to, in your mind, sufficiently consider a case. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Kremer, did you want to follow up on that?
Sure. So essentially the law says that a single witness is, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. So what you're saying is that you would need something above witness testimony, even if you did believe that witness.
Correct.
Understood. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Hasty?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Can I ask if you'd remove your headset for me for just a second? All right. Does the state have a motion?
They would move to strike.
Mr. Hasty?
Your Honor, I would join in the motion to strike this bill.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Rodriguez, I'm going to need to excuse you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much, and you take care.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Is this our juror number 34?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, this is Olivia Wolf. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
I've just got a few more questions from some stuff that we followed up on or that we're following up on from earlier, okay?
Okay.
You told us that you like to watch some of those TV shows like I do. And do you recognize that those are done in Hollywood for entertainment purposes?
I do.
And that they're not based in reality?
I do.
Thank you. You also told us that you knew someone, a friend or a family member, who had maybe been prosecuted by the local district attorney's office. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would that prevent you from being fair towards the DA's office?
No.
And would it prevent you from being fair towards Mr. Gorham?
No.
Okay. You also indicated that, I think the question was, if the law says that a single witness is sufficient to establish a fact, and if you believe that witness, there's no corroboration needed, would you be able to follow that instruction?
I don't think I understand what you're saying.
Sure. Sometimes evidence is proved by oral testimony.
Mm-hmm.
There may not be any physical evidence that is associated with it.
Mm-hmm.
If that is the only way to prove that evidence, would you be able to rely on the oral testimony if you found it to be credible?
I can't say I can.
Okay. Now you tell me that you would require something else to support that.
Yes.
Even if the law says it's not necessary.
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain that to me just a little bit?
I mean, I would want to see proof if somebody can say anything. I know people can get on the stand and lie, perjure themselves, and I would feel remiss to feel like I can make a decision about somebody's life just based on someone's word.
Okay. And you understand that you would not be called upon to consider what punishment, if any, would be appropriate.
Right.
Okay. I think that you also indicated to us that you would have a hard time sitting in judgment of another person.
Mm-hmm.
And that gave us, I think, a preview of that with your last answer. But can you help walk us through that a little bit more, please, ma'am?
Really just the same thing. Like, I don't feel like, especially like right now, I'm just not in a mental state to make a decision like that. I'm grieving the loss of my nephew who was just murdered. And
oh, dear.
I'm just not in a place right now where I feel like that's something that I would be able to do.
I'm so sorry to hear about your nephew. All right. So I'm not trying to pick on you, but I'm going to ask you some real specific questions, okay? Do you believe that you'd be able to sit here with us for potentially the next 3 days and listen to evidence?
I don't.
Would you be able to pay attention to the evidence?
I don't.
Would you be able to listen to my instructions?
I can listen. I just don't feel like I would be of any help, to be honest.
Okay. This horrible experience that you've just described, was that pretty recently?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Kramer, did you have any more questions for Ms. Wolf?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Hasty?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Wolf, I'm going to ask you if you remove your headset for me for just a minute, please. Thank you. Any motions or objections?
Stay with Mr. Stride.
Defense would join you on.
Okay, thank you. I'll do so. Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
We recognize that your family is going through something right now that we cannot understand. You have all of our deepest sympathy. I'm going to excuse you, and I appreciate you being here. Please know that we'll all be praying for you and your family, okay?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You take care. Be safe.
Thank you.
All right, we've got juror number 35, and this is Nicholas Figgs.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
How you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. I just have a few more questions for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You told us that you like to watch some of those Law and Order type TV shows. Do you recognize that that's fiction and it's for our entertainment purposes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I think you also told us that that you might be that you're a little bit concerned about sitting in judgment of another person. And I know that that's a sort of a daunting statement to say. What we ask of our jurors is that they come in without having made up their minds. And are you someone who has come in without making up your mind?
Yes.
You have.
Just repeat that for me, please.
Sure. Have you made up your mind about this case yet?
Oh, no.
Okay. Do you have any bias for or against the prosecution?
No, not at all.
Do you have any bias for or against the defendant?
Not at all.
Okay. Would you be able to listen to all of the evidence in the case?
Yes.
Would you be able to wait until the conclusion of the case to deliberate?
Yes.
Would you be able to listen to the court's instruction?
Yes.
Would you be able to engage your fellow jurors in conversation and deliberation in an attempt to reach a verdict?
Yes.
And would you be able to render a verdict if you thought the evidence supported it one way or the other?
Yes.
Okay. You had indicated to us perhaps that sometimes the testimony, the oral testimony of a single person might not be sufficient for you to establish a particular fact. If Georgia law says that corroboration is not required, would you be able to follow Georgia law?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any concerns about the questions that I asked of you?
That last question.
Okay, tell me about that.
Can you break it down like it?
Yeah. So witnesses come in, they take an oath, they testify on the stand. We want everybody to judge every single witness based upon the way that they present in court, the way they act, behave, what they say, and all of those things that you do every single day in every other aspect of your life. They may say 100 things. Some of them might have other pieces of evidence, whether it's oral testimony or physical evidence, that support 99 of them. But if there's one thing that's not supported by something else, would you not be able to believe that one fact because of a lack of corroborative evidence?
No.
Okay, so you would be able to sort of take it piece by piece, I think is what you're saying.
Yeah, I would have to use more than just that one. Right.
So would you require corroboration for everything? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Even if Georgia law says that that is not required?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
So you'd be able to follow the law if it says corroboration is not required?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be able to render a verdict based upon the evidence and not upon some extraneous something?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Cromer, do you have any questions for him?
Just a second, John. No questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay. How about you, Mr. Hasty? Do you have any questions for Mr. Figgs?
No, thank you, Mr. Figgs.
Okay. I'm going to let you get back out with everybody else, and we'll see y'all as soon as we can, okay? I know everybody's getting hungry.
Thank you.
Thank you. What's his number? All right, this is juror 36, Mr. Hooper. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Hooper, you told us that you like to watch some of those Law and Order type TV shows. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And do you agree with me that they are made up and Hollywood stuff.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You also said that you knew someone who had been prosecuted. Is that right?
Yes.
And was that by the local district attorney's office?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you believe that whoever it was treated as fairly as possible under the circumstances?
Yes.
Okay. And having had that experience, would it prevent you from being fair and impartial to both sides?
No.
Okay, so you're not holding it for or against the district attorney's office?
No.
And you're not holding it for or against Mr. Gorham?
No.
Thank you. We ask that our jury come in and that they listen to all of the evidence. And do you think you'd be able to listen to all of the evidence and review whatever is presented?
Yes, ma'am.
And if the instructions said that there's no legal requirement for that evidence to be corroborated, would you be able to follow that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you be able to wait until all of the evidence has come in before you began to deliberate and make up your mind?
Yes.
So that you can consider everything?
Yes.
Okay. And would you be able to follow the court's legal instructions?
Yes.
Would you be able to deliberate with the rest of the jury in an attempt to reach a verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Cromer, do you have any questions?
No follow-up, Judge. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
How about you, Mr. Hasty?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So earlier, we asked you if you'd be able to, we asked if you had some concerns about sitting in judgment of another person. Is it just that it feels awkward, or is it something that you feel like you'd actually be able to do?
It's still awkward. I don't think I could do it.
Okay. Can you tell me about that?
Oh, it's anxiety.
Okay. So it would make you nervous.
Yes.
And you'd want to make sure you got it right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in doing so, do you think that part of that process would be to speak to the rest of the jury about it?
Yeah.
Make a group effort?
Yeah.
Okay. So could you do that? And it's okay if the answer is no. Okay. You really don't think you could deliberate with the other jurors and reach a verdict?
No.
Okay.
No,
Mr. Kramer?
Nothing further, Judge. I think you covered it well.
Mr. Hasty?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Can I get you to take that headset off for me for just a minute? Thank you.
They would move to strike, Your Honor.
Mr. Hasty?
I would agree, Your Honor.
Okay. I think he wants to, but I think he's nervous. I think he probably could, but he's not saying that he can, so I will excuse him.
Understood.
Okay. Stick him back on. All right. Mr. Hooper, I know that you're concerned about doing the right thing, and we appreciate you for being so honest with us, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
But however, you have not been able to confirm to me that you would be able to deliberate. And so I'm going to let you go this afternoon, okay?
Okay.
All right. You have good luck and be safe, okay?
You too. Thank you.
Take care. All right. We've got juror number 37, and this is Michael Manning. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Manning, I'm just going to follow up on a few things. You had indicated that you like to watch some of those Law and Order type shows. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recognize it's for our entertainment. It's not based in reality?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
You indicated that you had previously served on a jury. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was it around here?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it civil or criminal?
Criminal?
Were you the foreperson?
No, ma'am.
Were y'all able to reach a verdict?
We were.
Okay. Does the state have any additional follow-up for Mr. Manning?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
How about the defense?
No, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Manning, I will let you be excused to sit with everybody else, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so
you
much.
You bet.
All right. Well, what's his number? I'm sorry, I can't see. 38. Thank you. All right. This is juror number 38. Is it Mr. Munchin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did I say it right?
Yes.
Okay.
I can hardly hear.
Okay. Can you hear me a little better now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you so much. Earlier, you told us that you like to watch some of those entertainment television shows. Do you understand that those are not based in reality?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. We talked a little bit earlier about the ways that evidence comes in sometimes, and sometimes it's oral testimony presented by a witness, and sometimes it may be a physical object. If the law says that whatever that fact is not required to have corroboration, would you be able to follow the law?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You indicated that you had some reserve about sitting in judgment, and I want to follow up on that. So what we ask is that our jurors come in, that they be unbiased when they approach the case and not have made up their mind, and that they be willing to be fair to both sides. Can you do that part?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We ask that they listen to all of the evidence as it comes in. Can you do that part?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you wait until the end of the evidence before you begin to deliberate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you be able to listen to me when I gave you and instructed you on what the law was?
Yes, Your Honor.
And would you be able to follow the law, even if you didn't necessarily agree with it?
Well, it depends, Your Honor. If it's something that, just sticks to me and I'm not sure, then, I might have some doubts about it.
Well, having doubts about the facts are one thing, but you can't change. Only the legislature can change the law,
right?
And the jury is bound to follow their oath to follow the law. Would you be able to do that?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll be able to do that.
Okay. And would you be able to discuss the case with the other jurors in an attempt to reach an appropriate verdict, if it was appropriate to render a verdict?
If it was appropriate, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And no one's asking you to tell us how you would or would not vote, okay? Because we don't know anything about the case yet, right?
Right.
Okay. So do you believe that you'd be able to do all of those things, including rendering a verdict, if appropriate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Cromer, do you have any questions?
Mr. Hasty asked about whether or not any of the jurors had medical issues. Did you respond to that question?
Yes, I did.
Can you elaborate on that for us a little bit?
Well, I'm retired out of the military. I'm a U.S. military service retired, and I was diagnosed with slight PTSD. And matter of fact, I am being seen by the VA, for PTSD, and also I am a diabetic. I'm diabetic, and which I'm on medication for. And yes, and I'm going through my group also for PTSD. And, it's being handled, through medication and stuff.
So none of that would affect your ability to sit on this juror?
Oh, no.
Thank you, sir.
In what branch did you serve?
U.S. Army.
How many years?
I did 30 years total.
Wow. Pretty doggone impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hasty?
No questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you'd go take your seat with the rest of the jurors, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Y'all, I note that is the 30th qualified juror.
Understood.
Okay. All right.
So,
her number. I can't see her number. Thank you. All right. This is juror 39, Ms. Hobson.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. All right. Ms. Hobson, what we're trying to do is make sure that we have a good understanding of where everybody is. And so what we ask for our jurors to do is to come in having not made up their mind. Mm-hmm. Do you believe you can meet that mark? You have not yet made up your mind?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I can meet the mark.
Yeah, you're telling me that you have not made up your mind, right? I asked you a bad question, so sorry about that.
It's okay.
All right. We're asking for jurors who would listen to all of the evidence. Could you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you wait until all the evidence came in before you began to deliberate?
Yes.
And could you listen to the court's instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
If if I was to instruct you that Georgia law said that you can believe the oral testimony of a single witness in an attempt to establish a fact and that it does not need to be corroborated, would you be able to follow that instruction?
No.
Okay. Would you require oral testimony or whatever the evidence is to have something else to corroborate it?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that Georgia law does not require that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you just give us a little background on what your belief is, please?
I mean, I just wouldn't go based on the word of a witness. I feel that you would need more evidence to prove that someone is guilty.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Mr. Kramer, do you want to follow up on that?
Sure, Judge. Thank you. So, as the judge was saying, Georgia law states that a single witness is believed can establish a fact. So I guess kind of what we're asking is, say a witness comes in and you hear their testimony and believe them, you would still require something else above and beyond their testimony.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Hasty?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, just respectfully, if you were on the jury and the Judge Wright, were to instruct you to follow the law, which included not requiring corroboration, that being the law of the land, would you then be able to follow the law of the land as instructed by the judge?
So are you asking if I would follow the law because it states that I can send someone away based on the word, no matter what my belief is?
Well, let me clarify something first, please, ma'am. No one is asking you to send anybody away.
Well, no, I'm just trying to understand.
What we're asking the jury to do is to make a decision based upon evidence about whether a Georgia criminal statute has been violated.
Okay.
So does the evidence show that a law has been broken by this particular person? That's what we're asking. Okay. No one is asking you to send anybody away. In fact, you can't. The judge is the only person who could impose any punishment. And part of the instruction would be that the jury is not to consider or discuss what the punishment could or might be.
Okay.
That cannot be part of the deliberative process. Would you be able to follow that law?
Yeah.
Okay. Then, Mr. Hasty, you can follow up. Your microphone's not on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. And ma'am, I don't want to pry, but just kind of to find out, I know that a lot of us believe, for example, and I'm not asking specific beliefs, but a lot of us have beliefs that are based on religion, for example. And one example might be that 2 or 3 witnesses are required, that a single witness may not, be required, but that's not our law. So in Georgia, the law of Georgia is that you can establish a case with only one witness, without any other, without 2 or 3 and without corroboration. So would your beliefs allow you to set aside the way you think something should be and follow the law as it is, as it exists, and participate in our legal system, follow the law as the judge gives you, and apply that in deciding the case? Could you do that if you were selected?
No.
You couldn't. So you would, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it, you feel like your personal beliefs would more or less would overpower the law of our land.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your candor, man. No, thank you for your candor. That's what we're looking for.
We're not trying to trick you.
No,
okay?
not at all.
Is it a trick?
No, it's just really not. But thank you for your candor. I know a lot of people feel the way you do.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask you if you take that headset off for just 1 second, please, ma'am.
Hey, Mr. Strike, Your Honor.
Mr. Hasty?
Judge, I really have no means to oppose a strike here.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Stick them back. All right. Miss Hobson, I'm going to excuse you for today, okay?
Okay.
You don't need to come back.
Okay.
You take care, all right?
Thank you.
Thanks for bearing with us.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we've got juror 41, and this is Robert Anderson III. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you too.
All right, Mr. Anderson, I think you told us that you had some law enforcement training. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, can you give us some information about that, please?
I used to work at a prison, and I was a correctional officer for about 7 months.
Where was that?
Good State Medical Prison.
Okay. Now you're at Southern Nuclear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you carry general arrest powers anymore?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. You indicated that you had some concerns about whether evidence would or would not be corroborated. And I don't want you to tell me how you might vote or what you might need in order to render a verdict one way or another. But at some point, the jury who is impaneled in this case will be instructed that it's permissible under Georgia law for them to believe that a witness who testified to a fact has established that fact, even if it's not corroborated by any other evidence, if they believe that witness. They don't have to believe the witness, but if they believe that witness, they're permitted to find that that fact has been established without corroboration. Would you be able to follow that instruction?
I'd be able to follow it. I just think that just going off of just pure word with no physical or kind of medium of evidence to support it is just their word versus someone else's.
Okay.
And that's just what I don't agree with.
So what you're saying, we sometimes talk about like a he said, she said.
Yeah.
That it's hard to make a decision about who's right if you have a he said, she said. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so what we would tell the jury is look to see, which witnesses you believe, if any, and what they testified to, if you believe any of that, in an attempt to render a verdict. Would you be able to follow that?
I will be able to.
Okay. And we ask people to use their common sense. Would you be able to do that?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't know what physical evidence may or may not be provided here. And I'm not going to ask you to tell me how you would vote. But basically, using your skills and your education and your training and your knowledge, would you be able to follow the court's instruction?
Correct.
And then attempt to reach the proper verdict if it is appropriate to do so?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Anderson?
None from the state. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Anderson, I'm going to ask if you could sit back outside with the remainder of the jurors, please.
Correct.
All right, we've got juror number 43, Connie Laracy. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ma'am, I just have a few follow-up questions for us. You told us that you watch some of those TV shows like I do. Do you recognize that that is done for entertainment purpose and it's not grounded in reality?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You expressed that you had some concern about potentially sitting in judgment. And I want to kind of follow up on that. Mm-hmm. So what we ask when our jury panel comes in is that they be fair and impartial, having heard nothing about the case. Do you believe that at this point in time you are fair and impartial to both sides?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have any leaning for or against the state?
No.
You don't have any leaning for or against Mr. Gorham?
No.
Okay. We ask that our jurors listen to all of the evidence before they begin deliberating. Would you be able to listen to all of the evidence before you made up your mind?
Yes.
Okay. We
I
asked.
can sit that long.
Okay, is that a concern?
Yes.
Okay, can you give me a little information about that, please?
Well, I'm on oxygen 24/7, and I
Okay.
tried to go to my doctor and get the excusal, but she was busy and you didn't get to the paperwork.
Okay, and is that what I see hanging down there? Okay.
ma'am.
All right. Does that cause you some additional concern about being here with us in a public place?
Yes.
Okay.
But I've been feeling bad all morning.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Can I get you to take that headset off for me for just a second, please? All right. Do either one of you want to follow up with Miss Laracy?
Not particularly, Judge. If she's immunocompromised, I think it's proper for us to remove her.
Okay. Mr. Hasty?
I agree, Your Honor.
Okay. Then, hearing no objection, I'm going to let Miss Laracy go and make sure that we can give her all the protection that we can, okay? All right. Ma'am, we appreciate you being a trooper here with us today. We're going to let you go. Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
And I hope you're able to do so, and I hope we have not impacted that ability.
That's okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. You take care. All right, we've got juror number 45, Amber Dent. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. All right. Ms. Dent, we're just doing some follow-up work with some of our jurors, most of our jurors, in fact, to make sure that we're all on the same page. What we ask our jury to do is to come in having not made up their minds about the case because they don't know anything about the case. Have you made up your mind about this case yet?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any bias for or against the prosecutors?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any bias for or against the accused?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you a juror, prospective juror, who would be able to listen to all of the evidence in this case before you made up your mind?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you a juror who would be able to listen to the court's instruction before you began to deliberate so that you had an understanding of what Georgia law actually is?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you a juror who would be able to deliberate with the other jurors if you were impaneled to discuss the evidence, to discuss the law, and to see if there was actually an appropriate verdict?
I'm not very sure.
Okay. Can you give me some more information about that, please?
Well, at a young age, I was with my mom and dad. I'm just not that comfortable with this kind of stuff.
Okay. I know you're uncomfortable talking about something, and I'm not trying to embarrass you or put undue stress on you, but I'm not sure I understand.
Earlier, you told me I could put my number up if I wasn't comfortable doing this type of stuff.
Okay. And can you tell me why you're not comfortable?
My mom and dad, when I was younger, I had to go through being a witness and doing all of this. That's why I'm just not comfortable doing it.
All right. So I think that what you're telling me is that you previously had to either testify or to participate in an investigation of some sort. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as a result of that, you have some difficulty separating that event from other court proceedings.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Yes, you're right.
Okay. And that could impact your ability to function effectively in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I know you feel like we're picking on you, and I don't want you to, okay? Because I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm just trying to make sure that everybody here gets a fair trial. Would you be able to put that experience out of your head and focus on the things that happened in the courtroom as they pertain to this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can you imagine any circumstance under which you would be able to do that? And whatever the answer is, it's okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Can I get you to take that headset off from me for just a second, please? All right. I'm looking at her form, and it does not show that she has ever been a victim of a crime. However, she appears to be testifying that she's been somehow impacted. Would anybody like to follow up on any additional questions before I ask you if you have a motion for her or regarding her?
They have no follow-up questions, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Hasty?
No, Your Honor, I'll do that questions I really don't want to ask.
Okay. So everybody feels like we have a sufficient amount of information to be able to discuss her as a prospective juror. Is that correct? Okay. You're nodding yes, Mr. Hasty? Okay.
That's correct, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there anybody who would like to make a motion?
Judge,
Would move, Your Honor.
State would join and move the strike.
Okay. And I'm going to let Ms. Dent go. I think you should put your ears back on. All right. Ms. Dent, I hope I have not caused you any additional pain or anxiety today. I think I have an understanding of what you're saying, and I appreciate you telling us that you're not sure that you'd be the best juror for this gentleman's case. And so I am going to excuse you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And you be safe.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, we've got juror number 46, Ms. Wilderman. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hey.
All right. Ma'am, you told us earlier that you watch some of those Law and Order type TV shows.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree that that is fiction and entertainment purposes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You also told us that you had previously served on a jury. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that locally?
Ma'am?
Was that locally?
Yes.
Okay.
It was like I think 2 years ago.
All right, you must have a magic jury number.
Yeah.
Because we hadn't been pulling them for a while.
It was like 2 or 3 years ago, I guess.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Was it a civil case or a criminal case?
I think it was, I want to say civil. It was about a fight in Augusta Mall.
Okay.
That's all I can remember.
All right. Were you the foreperson of that jury?
Was it
The foreperson?
the foreperson?
The one who wrote the verdict down? No?
Yes.
Okay. Did y'all reach a verdict?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody have any more questions for Ms. Wilderman?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
No, thank you very much.
Okay. I'm going to excuse you, ma'am, and ask you if you sit back out there with everybody else, okay? Thank you. All right. Is that 42? 47. Right, we've got juror number 47, Cloutier. Did I say it right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Please correct me if I didn't.
No, you did.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
We just have a couple of follow-up questions for you. You told us that you enjoy some of that television entertainment. Do you recognize that it's made for entertainment and it's not based in reality?
Right, yes.
Okay, thank you. I know they'd all be surprised to hear us say that. We are trying to make sure that we have jurors who are fair and impartial. At this point in time, have you made up your mind about the facts of this case?
No, ma'am, I don't know the facts.
Okay. Do you have any bias for or against the state?
No, ma'am.
How about for or against Mr. Gorham and his defense?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We want our jurors to be willing to listen to and receive all of the evidence in the courtroom. Would you be willing and able to listen to all of the evidence that gets presented?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you be able to follow the court's instruction?
Yes, ma'am.
And if the court was to tell you that Georgia law says that you have to wait until the end of the evidence, all of it's been presented, before you can begin to deliberate, would you be able to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
If the court was to instruct you that if you believed a particular witness, that person's testimony, that you don't have to have any evidence to corroborate that person's testimony, would you be able to follow that instruction?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you be able to deliberate and discuss the matter with the fellow jurors in an attempt to reach a verdict if appropriate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that you would not be able to perform those functions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Cromer, would you like to follow up?
Just briefly, Judge. Correct me if I'm wrong, man, but I believe you had a response to the question I had asked earlier. It was I phrased the question, is anyone who believes that they could never return a verdict based solely on the word of another person? So essentially what Georgia law tells us is that if a single witness, say witnesses are called and you do believe the testimony of that witness, that you could make a determination of fact based on that witness's testimony. So could you be able to make a decision based solely on whether or not you believe the witness and in order to establish a fact? So I guess what I'm getting at is, would you need something above and beyond that, DNA, fingerprints, things of that nature?
Honestly, I guess it would depend on the testimony.
Yeah, understood. I'm satisfied with that answer, Judge. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Hasty?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. If you were instructed by the judge that the law of our land might be different from what you would prefer as far as the extra information, would you be able to set aside your personal beliefs and preferences and listen to the judge and apply that law to the facts of the case?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to let you sit back down with everybody else. We are almost done here.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. This is Juror 49, Ms. Palmer. And no one that we're going to cut after this. Good afternoon, Ms. Palmer.
Hello.
We just had a couple of follow-up questions for you, okay? I think that you had told us that you had previously served as a juror. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall if it was civil or criminal?
Criminal.
Were you on the grand jury at some point?
No, it was
Okay.
a murder trial.
Okay. Were you the foreperson of that jury?
No.
Were y'all able to reach a verdict?
Yes.
Okay. Does anybody have any additional questions they'd like to follow up with Ms. Palmer on?
None from the state. Thank you, ma'am.
None. Thank you, ma'am. Very much.
All right. We're going to excuse you and let you go sit with everybody else, okay? Thank you. All right, everybody. That gives us a total of 38 jurors, which should be sufficient for everybody to exercise all of their strikes and for us to impanel 2 alternates, which I believe would be sufficient. I don't see any reason to continue to move forward. Do you all?
They would agree.
Agreed, Your Honor.
All right. How long do you need to look over your notes so that we can impanel the jury and let them go eat lunch? It's 1:30.
5 minutes.
I'm ready.
Okay. Y'all take a few minutes, take a break if you need to. I am going to, before we bring the rest of the jury in, give everybody in here a break, which means I'm going to need to clear out the jury. Okay? Thank you. I'd like to come and excuse the rest of them. So do we need to fill in the numbers in the back, and I'll excuse them. We don't have to take it down. And let them go, and then we'll bring everybody else back in once Mr. Gorham has come back from taking a break.
Understood.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Judge.
victim of crime and related law enforcement. To me, that was too much.
Me too.
Too much. And then this next one, now she's victim of a crime.
What number is it? 3?
I'm on number 2 right now.
She's huge number 2.
This is well, I don't have. I'm not showing that, but I mean.
No, because I wrote them down as computer.
Okay, let's see. Yes, green zone. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No, please. I have 42. Oh, thank you. No, they're still in place. Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes.
At the end, to get an alternate, I'd like to select 2 alternates. You'll each get 1 strike per alternate. You may exercise them successively. So you can say strike, strike, accept, if you would like to do so. Does anybody have any questions about the method of jury selection? If for some reason you can't see somebody or you need somebody to hold up a number, please let me know and I will ask them to do so. Okay, are you all prepared?
I'm ready. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
I will have them put their headphones on for just a few minutes and give them some idea about what's going, but y'all may go ahead and begin. Okay, thank you. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Thank you for your patience. I know that you're hungry. I know that you're tired. And we are trying to move you forward into a position of being released. I have already let the lawyers begin to select the jury. That's what you see them doing. All of your names are listed in order on the information that's being passed back and forth. They are already exercising their strike. Can y'all hear me okay? All right, there we go. Jason.
Just like this.
All right. What we don't want to do is invade the sanctity of the lawyer-client privilege and hear the parties deliberating as they are trying to select the jury. Both sides will have 9 strikes. We intend to select a 12-person jury and 2 alternates. At the conclusion of that, I'm going to excuse the jury to go to lunch, and then we'll all meet back across the street in a little bit after everybody's had some lunch and a break, and then I'm going to excuse the remainder of the jury for the rest of the week. Okay, so if you all would just bear with us for a few more minutes, and we'll have an update. And it's sort of a double-edged sword about whether we let you go and take a lunch break and then come back. It's hard to corral people. We always seem to lose people when we do that. And then we have to kind of start over or restart, reset again. It takes a little bit longer. So I know it's been inconvenient for you. Really do appreciate you being there. It's been problematic to us as judges over the last year and 3 months. Our inability to provide people, citizens, with a jury trial has really weighed heavily on everybody who has been impacted in the court system. I know there's so many other ways that we've all been impacted because of the pandemic. We take our obligation very seriously to get all of the trials that we can up and going. You should know that we reset our jury button every year on July 1st. So while you will get credit for 2021 for having served on jury duty, come July 1st, you will be eligible to serve again. We need you. We need yours. We're doing the best that we can. We really are. And we're trying to make sure that everybody is safe. So we appreciate y'all's support while we're doing that, and y'all's prayers while we're doing that. And because of this situation, I'd normally say, hey, if you got any questions about anything that doesn't pertain to this case, let me know. But I'm not sure that we're in a position to really be able to do that. So I'll let y'all just sit peacefully and quietly for just a few minutes. If you need to get up and stretch, please do so. It's okay. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Omnidirectional light. Tell me how to read it.
35?
45.
45.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, can y'all hear me? Everybody hear me? Y'all hear me now? Brendan C. Elon. 1475. Number 19, Marla Freeman. Number 24, Paul Cason. Number 42, Christopher West. 48, Constance Edwards. All right, ladies and gentlemen, U14 are the kennel jurors charges case. For the chicken bail, it just a minute before the instruction of clear and what time here tomorrow will be the information about any locations which may not already been identified. All that you learn about this case must come in timeline for the presentation. Please dress as though you have no trauma protection in the courtroom. Layers are always good. Some days it's warmer, some days it's colder. Will not be a significant impact. I'll see you all tomorrow morning. If you will please call the deputy in the back to give you the instruction. Thank you all so much for your time and attention.
Another